me. Na wo ba so nya say
Obek kanokre. Now susu san kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on Sam. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. A unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 What first transaction? What is Sunday Star Coffee? No, dial to Lemon and Finance.
Again, Charlie. I got here today to say it. So guys, I'm currently at Blaze. So the last time I spoke to Anna, the Champion family, she did mention that there are few places that kids could have fun. But I came here yesterday and I was really impressed, knowing that it's Ghanaian owned.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Blaze and everything everyone watching this video should know.
Okay, so Blaze Family Entertainment is an indoor gaming center. It has 2 sessions. That's the bowling alley and then a trampoline arena made up of 15 different games.
Yeah.
From slides to wall climbing, zip line, slam dunk. It is something that both adults and kids can actually partake in. People hear the name Blaze and they think it's for just kids. No.
Okay.
I have 60-year-olds and above actually coming in to have fun. So
yesterday
a place for all.
Oh yeah, yesterday I really had. I came here with my friends today. We really had fun.
Right.
The one I enjoyed most was the sliding.
The red one is called the Slippery Devil. The name itself connotes what it stands for.
I think if you are not fit, please don't do that.
And if you are not courageous and brave, yes, it's for the hard-hearted.
Yeah, but it was really fun.
Great.
So when did it start? How did this idea come? Because this place is located in a prime area.
Yes.
So yeah, how were you able to put all this together?
Okay, so I have a big sister. She's the main owner.
Okay.
One time we were sitting in the hall. She travels a lot and I don't.
Okay.
And we saw a YouTube video showing an indoor recreational center like that. And then we asked ourselves, why do you have to travel outside to experience something like this? So that's why we got the idea to try and bring something like that to Ghana, so that the Ghanaians who don't have the privilege to travel outside can also partake and experience in this wonderful adventure. So that's the goal behind Bliss.
I can relate, because the first time I tried bowling was when I went to Singapore. Okay. And I was like, but this is something we can have in Ghana. So I'm really happy.
We actually had one. That was some years back
at
in
Labadi.
Yes.
The last time I went was not
or something like that. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. This place. So who owns the place?
My big sister owns the place.
Is she Ghanaian?
She's Ghanaian, 100% Ghanaian, owned by a woman.
Wow. Okay, this is why you need to support Ghanaian-owned businesses.
Yes.
If you are in Ghana, if you are in even in the neighboring parts of Ghana, come to Bliss, come and have fun with you and your kids. In fact, as she said, it's not only...
And our rates are affordable. Usually when you mention 110 for an hour for kids, people think that it's just jumping. But you can attest to the fact that when you got into the arena, there were so many different activities to partake in. In fact, the 1 hour wasn't enough. Yes, so you have so many things. The 1 hour, the 110 for 1 hour is worth it, actually.
Okay, how much is the bowling experience?
For the bowling, it's 120 Ghana cedis per head per game.
Okay.
If you come in a group of 5 to 9, you get a 5% discount each. Okay. 10 and above, 10% discount each. Okay. Same applies for the trampoline as well.
Okay. So apart from the indoor games, what other activities do you have? What do you have here apart from the...
Okay, so we have an indoor seating area. We have a bar. a restaurant, and an outdoor seating area with a snooker for my boys who like to chill and have fun. Yes,
Friday nights.
Friday nights, yes. And we are planning on bringing in some karaoke activities and trivia nights and all that. So we have a lot in the line. We're just working on it. It will pop up soon.
Okay. So I'm sure everyone will be interested. I mean, it is in Accra,
yes,
but not everybody in Ghana is in Accra.
Okay.
So what's the plan for Blaze? What's the plan for other people in the north? Yes. Other people, because I really put them at heart.
A few years to come, we only don't want to have Accra's happiest place. We want to have Kumasi's happiest place, Bolgatanga's happiest place, Tamale's happiest place, Takrade's happiest place. So the goal is to expand across Ghana and in fact beyond.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you heard it from her. She's Lauren. Oh, I didn't even introduce you. Can you imagine? Guys, forgive me. I was too excited yesterday when I came. Because it was dark yesterday, so we had to do it this morning. Yes. But then I really had fun. Okay. Yesterday was my second time here, and I really had a good time here. So come, and you forgot to mention, it comes with free water.
Yes, it comes with free water. So after jumping, you deserve some free water to quench the thirst after all the adrenaline and the fatigue. So yes, that's the package. And my name is Laurentia Bobtoya. I'm the MD of Blaze Family Entertainment. Thank you. Mwah.
Blaze is located in Accra at the Aviation Social Center. For starts, we got a pair of socks which cost us 5 Ghana cedis each. This experience cost us 110, which is about $10 for an hour. So I came here with my friend and she doesn't want to jump. She says she's so scared. So this is also the basketball. The bowling experience is also 120 Ghana cedis, which is about $11 per person. So the game is between me and her. You get a discount if you are more than 5. So guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here. Don't forget to subscribe, like and share. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Bye.
I come to the vexed issue of the minister allocating 80 million for a national cathedral. Now we have been told that the national cathedral is under the Ministry of Tourism. So we assume that ownership of the cathedral will be the state, not the church. A contradiction. The state, not the church. That is a major contradiction. That a church will run under the supervision of a ministry is repugnant to the provisions of our constitution on fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. Let this project be led and owned by the church and not the state. Mr. Speaker, we are not against the principle. What we are against is, how can you now say that you have allocated 80 million for cathedral? In the last budget, we were told that it emerged from contingency vote. So at least a motion of censure have served a purpose. Now he is reporting that give me approval to spend 80 million on a cathedral. We will do so because, Mr. Speaker, we must keep the unity of this country. Ghana is rated and respected as one of the few countries where religious tolerance and religious coexistence is high. But Mr. Speaker, how can you say that I'm building a cathedral of $400 million at the instance of the state in these trying times? So the question we are asking is the construction of a cathedral, when you cannot buy textbooks for people, your priority? If it is your priority, it is not the priority of this group here. But we support the principle that you may want to support a church to have an edifice of a cathedral, but focus on prioritization. When children cannot afford to have even proper meals under your free senior high school and other things, you want to spend $400 million. One, the $400 million, how was it determined? We demand value for money. Procurement, how was it undertaken? We demand openness and transparency when it comes to that.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. They are only they are listening.
mic.
Honorable members, please don't use your mics. And also don't shout. Honorable members, I'm to decide based on the voice vote. So please, just use your voice. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House has accordingly approved the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2023.
Some other dignitaries who are with us, we will acknowledge them in due course. I will now yield the podium to the Finance Minister for his initial remarks and the launch of the domestic debt exchange programs, and then we'll come back for your questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Governor, and other colleagues, Deputy Minister. Thank you, and all of the regulators. We have SCC, Reverend Daniel Bami-Tete, MPRA, Tatakrofi, and I think NIC. Justice Ofori is here. Because so this has been a real team effort to get us to where we are this morning. So good morning to you all. As I announced in the evening of yesterday, Sunday, 4th December 2022, we are gathered here today to invite holders of domestic debt to voluntarily exchange approximately 137 billion Ghana cedis of the domestic notes and bonds of the Republic, including Estla and Dache bonds, for a package of new bonds to be issued by the Republic. The debt sustainability analysis demonstrated unequivocally that Ghana's public debt is unsustainable and that the government may not be able to fully service it down the road if no action is taken now. Indeed, debt servicing is now absorbing more than half of total government revenues and almost 70% of tax revenues, while our total public debt stock, including that of state-owned enterprises and all, exceeds 100% of our GDP. This is why we are today announcing the debt exchange, which will help in restoring our capacity to service debt. This is the path towards resetting the economy to a more stable one capable of addressing the development challenges of the country. The reasons are quite clear. COVID-19 pandemic, rising global food prices, rising crude oil and energy prices, and the Russia-Ukraine war adversely affected Ghana's macroeconomy with spillovers to the financial sector. The combination of adverse external shocks have exposed Ghana to a surge in inflation, a large exchange rate depreciation, and stress on the financing of the budget, which taken together have put our public debt on an unsustainable path. To address the ongoing economic crisis, the government has requested financial support from the International Monetary Fund. We expect to reach a staff-level agreement soon on an IMF program aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability and protecting the most vulnerable. To this end, as a government, we are determined to implement wide-ranging structural and fiscal reforms to restore fiscal and debt sustainability and support growth. Consistent with all the above, I announced during the budget statement presented to Parliament on November 24th that government will undertake a debt operation program. We presented to you the contours of the domestic debt exchange program yesterday. As you are aware, we established a consultative committee to work with the financial sector and incorporated their advice in our decisions. Today, we are here to officially launch Ghana's domestic debt exchange program. The objective of this program is to alleviate the debt burden in a most transparent, efficient, and expedited manner. In this context, by means of an exchange offer. The government of Ghana has been working hard to minimize the impact of the domestic debt exchange on investors holding government bonds. In particular, it does not embed any principal haircut on eligible bonds as we promise. Let me repeat this fact as plainly as I can. In this debt exchange, individuals holding domestic bonds will not lose, are not affected by the value of their investment will be retained. So let us remove any doubt and discard any speculation that the government is about to cut your retirement savings or the notional value of your investment. This is not the case. As already announced, Treasury bills are completely exempted and all holders will be paid the full value of their investment on maturity. There will be no haircut on the principal of bonds. Individuals who hold bonds would also not be affected at all. Our domestic debt operation involves an exchange for new Ghana bonds with a coupon that steps up to 10% as soon as 2025, with zero interest in 2023, and the first interest payment in 2024, and longer average maturity for the bonds. Existing domestic bonds as of 1st December 2022 will be exchanged for a set of 4 new bonds maturing in 2027, 2029, 2032, and 2037. Predetermined allocation ratios are as follows: 17% for the short bonds, 17% for the intermediate bonds, 25% for the medium-term bonds, and 41% for the long-term bonds. The annual coupon on all these new bonds will be set, as I mentioned, at 0% in 2023, 5% in 2024, and 10% from 2025 until maturity. Coupon payments will be semi-annual. For emphasis, this domestic debt exchange program will not affect individual bondholders. This domestic debt exchange is part of a more comprehensive agenda to restore debt and financial sustainability. We are also working towards a restructuring of our external indebtedness, which we will announce in due course. This is a key requirement to allow Ghana's economy to recover as fast as possible from this crisis. This is also a key requirement to secure an IMF support. We are confident that of the measures we are putting in place, including those outlined in the 2023 budget statement and underpinned by a successful IMF program, Ghana will witness a stable and thriving economy from 2023. We accordingly anticipate that inflation will be returned to single digits, ensuring that real return on these new bonds will be protected. As His Excellency the President declared in his address to the nation on 30th August, 30th October 2020, and I quote, "To restore and sustain debt sustainability, we plan to reduce our total public debt to GDP ratio to some 55% in present value terms by 2028. This can only be achieved through the active participation of all key economic actors. In that perspective, we call upon all domestic debt holders to take their share in ensuring that public debt sustainability is quickly restored by participating in this exchange program. Our pledge to you all is that government will take all appropriate measures to safeguard the solvency of the financial institutions involved in the exchange. Thanks to well-targeted regulatory measures and the creation of a financial stability fund, banks, pension funds, insurance companies, fund managers, and collective investment schemes will be supported to ensure that they are able to meet the obligations to their clients as they fall due. For this reason, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana will follow suit with details of the necessary assistance in due course. We have also dialogued extensively with regulators across the financial sector, including the Securities and Exchange Commission, National Insurance Commission, and the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, to agree that regulatory forbearance will be provided to all entities whose financial position is adversely affected by virtue of participating in this exchange. This debt exchange provides an orderly way to put our economy back on track. These efforts will be complemented by fiscal measures to protect the neediest and most vulnerable in society. The government expects overwhelming support to this exchange, and in truth, the success of this necessary endeavor depends, of course, upon the public's cooperation. That would also mean the media being helpful in disseminating the right information to economic actors. We are all in this together, and we intend to get out of this together. The alternative will be a far worse economic crisis with protracted closure from international markets, including imported goods and services, and further domestic economic instability, both for the real economy and the financial sector. It would also mean depleted fiscal resources to support the neediest. Ghana is not the first nation to undertake such domestic debt operation. To illustrate the point, let me cite examples of just two countries among many others in the last decade. Jamaica resorted to such operations in the past, notably in 2010 and 2013. In both cases, it shows the sense of responsibility of the American people and proceeded through a voluntary approach. The approach was highly successful, as more than 99% of holders of domestic bonds participated in the exchange. On the contrary, in the case of Greece, the authorities chose to undertake a coercive approach, whereby a law was passed to force people into participating. We intend to avoid as much as possible the Greek approach as we strive to reach a consensual solution with our bondholders, which really is the Ghanaian way. In any case, The good news is that the domestic debt exchange has yielded positive results both in Greece and Jamaica and many others, and will certainly put our economy on a much stronger footing. Greece, as you know, has now recovered full market access. We certainly anticipate a similar success story in Ghana. I want to assure you about the government's commitment to do what is necessary to ensure that we succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, today's announcement is a major policy step that the government is taking over the short period to restore macroeconomic stability, achieve debt sustainability, and get the economy fully back on track in order to create and protect jobs, provide and enhance incomes, foster strong and inclusive growth led by exports, and restore hope to the Ghanaian people. In all humility, I wish to remind each and every one of us that Ghana is the only home we have. Its progress and prosperity are our collective duty. We have overcome many challenges and risen to the occasion many times before. We are a resilient society. Thankfully, today our development is in a far more advanced stage than before when other challenges confronted us. We have made big progress over the years, and the progress before us is even greater. This is another challenge which we must surely overcome, and overcome we must for our sake and for the sake of our children. Together, we can beat this. Our ultimate goal, when all is done, is to put our nation into a sustainable development path, one of fiscal responsibility and rectitude, economic stability and growth that will truly translate into improving the lives of the people and all of the nation's economic actors, including investors. Your support, fellow Ghanaians, can help us realize this ambition. I say this because I know that together we shall triumph, and as in the days of Nehemiah, let us all rise up, family by family, and rebuild together. Let us make our income budget a reality. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful remarks, Honorable Minister. If I didn't take anything with me at all, I noted that no haircut on principal of bonds. That also refreshing to hear. And also noted that individuals who hold these bonds are fully exempt from this debt exchange program. We have a number of media houses that are covering us across the country, and I'll use this opportunity to acknowledge some of them, and as and when we get more names, we will add to the list. We are live on GTV, City TV, Metro TV, TV3, and Joy News. On Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information. Kindly join us. I must acknowledge some dignitaries who have been with us that I skipped earlier. We have the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Reverend Daniel Ogbamitete, with us. We also have the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Maxwell Opoku-Afari, with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you show by hand, Ruth will bring the microphone to you. You mention your name, media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. Kindly keep the questions brief so that we can take more questions.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Stella G. Jom-Sogli. I work with GhanaWeb. So I heard the Honorable Minister say that individual bondholders will not be affected. So can you give us a vivid breakdown of the particular people whose debt instruments will be affected? Because there's been reports in the media that some EcoBank, Data Bank, and other people are losing part of their investment. So we would like to kindly know which people are going to be affected.
Thank you for the question, please. Okay.
Hi there, my name is Cooper Inveen from Reuters. I kind of want to elaborate on that question a little bit more. We talk about individual bondholders not being affected, but a lot of retail investors in bonds actually hold their bonds through pension and mutual funds, which I presume would be classified as institutions. So how would individuals who hold their bonds through pension and mutual funds be protected? Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
My name is Esther Edu from GTV, and I would like to know if the extension in the maturity dates of the bonds will not have a devaluation effect on their investment, talking about the time value of money for the bondholders.
Thank you for the question, Minister. We can take two more before we invite the Minister for his responses.
Okay. My name is Winston with Metro TV. I heard the finance minister say he intends to bring a single-digit inflation come soon. Already we are hovering around 44.4%. We have not yet seen any clear path policy-wise in how we intend to bring inflation downwards. Also, I'd like to inquire from the finance minister concerning yesterday's statement that the finance minister said the treasury bills are protected as there's full redemption for the domestic debt, but the other local debt instruments, such as the fixed debt, bank debt holdings, are to be exchanged for 4 instruments with different maturity dates. So implicitly, there's going to be haircut. Compared to what he said, there will not be haircut going forward.
Thank you for the question. We can take one more, then we'll go to the Minister for his responses.
All right. My name is Ebenezer Sabute from JFM. Okay, my name is Ebenezer Sabute from JFM. My first question has to do with market confidence. I want to know the plan government is trying to do to ensure that this doesn't affect market confidence. And then secondly, it's like everyone is taking a hit from this crisis. What hit is government taking to ensure that we all, share we all contribute to getting this economy back on track? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll invite Mr. Akest for some of the responses that are related to debts. And if the Minister wishes to respond to some other questions on policy, then he will take that. Okay. Oh, yes, please.
Mr. Akest is the Director of Debt, and he'll be answering most of the questions. But the last question was interesting for me, the issue of market confidence. And the challenge really for us as a nation is that we are where we are. The question really is, what direction do we take? Do we take an orderly approach to it with cynicism, or a disorderly approach to allow things to just go? And I think that's deeply the question that we should ask ourselves. Where do we want our nation to go where we are at this present time? And therefore, how are we going to evangelize this message in a way that says that this is the orderly approach? You know, we did assume an IMF program, which we successfully went through. So we should be hopeful that when we commit to this program, we also are going to successfully go through. And I think that has to be sort of the overriding sense of determination to get through this. If not, then we can't, as a people, walk through this. So it's important that we all take our personal responsibilities towards rebuilding this broken wall. Then you talked about the issue of what is government doing. It's a very interesting question, because if you look at the budget, you know, we agreed to a 3.7% adjustment, of which we front-loaded 2% into the first year. Now that is huge adjustment to be able to go through that. Of course, there are the issues of, well, what do you do with government expenditure?
So you're right. We can get a number of support mechanisms that will come in to ensure that the financing of the budget is complemented by those resources. Then you made a reference also to the element of fiscal discipline. I think we all cannot agree with you more. The fiscal discipline is going to be extremely key. Going forward with an IMF program, with our own laws and structural reforms, where most of them have been highlighted in the budget statement, and I would call that you take a look at that, will be extremely key going forward in terms of fiscal discipline. And I believe that one of the major things, I think somebody asked, how are we going to communicate? Under a debt treatment of this nature, communication will be extremely important. So you will notice that we would have regular communication with you. There will be regular flyers, there will be regular reportage, there will be regular engagement. The issues are technical, the issues can be difficult, and the issues may be unprecedented. So it is important that we inform you, we be with you as we go through the journey. So please rest assured that for most of you in the communication elements, there will be a lot of discussions with key actors who are here from the government side to ensure that is done. The other question that I saw was the sources of funding for the Financial Stability Fund. Here it's a combination of sources, both multilateral and then from ourselves. A lot of discussions. I think the details in there will be rolled out later on by the regulator and the central bank.
Which really is about building our human capital and turning the way forward. So we are here, and how best do we use these moments to build a stronger economy? That's what. So we really are looking for the media to truly participate with us, and rally people, because the extent to which our interest charges consume some 70% and sometimes 100% of our revenues is something that is not sustainable. And it's really a recalibration, therefore, of the whole interest rate regime so that we move into a sustainable orbit that we'll tend to continue with. But yes, let me truly thank you for your presence. We will engage. I think our deputy ministers have been on radio and TV this morning. That will continue. Ruth will set up a system that ensures that there is enough information out there for everyone. And the truth of the matter is that this may be one of the most effective collaboration of the regulators, the issue of liquidity, so there's no need to rush for your money because certain forbearances will also be given to these institutions to help. So in a sense, this is an opportunity to have a pretty orderly exit through this and use that period to also build up on the issue of an export-driven economy, get our macro statistics in order, put our nose to the grinder, and make sure that we come out of this a much, much stronger economy than we have. So we ask for your support in this, and we as government also committed to fiscal rectitude, ensuring that next year, even though it's going to be difficult, is a year in which we'll cross a Rubicon. So thank you very much, Minister, for this opportunity, and thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
the dictates of this vision to build an economy anchored on digitalization, the government of President Akufo-Addo since January 2017 has been at the forefront of providing improved public service delivery using digital solutions. One key area we have been pursuing aggressively is the social services and health services delivery to the population. So what we are pursuing now going forward is that medical records and the history of patients will be gathered under a single database which can be accessed by any networked hospital when the patient visits. So we've embarked on the connection of health facilities under the Ghana Health Services on one digital platform. So for all the teaching hospitals and all the regional hospitals, we've connected them and they can talk to each other. In fact, this is taking place under the Lightwave project. And so far, the idea is to network all hospitals in Ghana. So far, we have completed 147 hospitals under the Lightwave project. In Tamale Teaching Hospital in the northern region, it is part of it. It means that if you go from any of these networked hospitals, from Tamale to Kumasi, Komfo-Anokye, or to Kolebu, you don't need to carry your file again to Kolebu or Komfo-Anokye. You just arrive and give them your number. They'll get all your data in the hospital for you. And they will tell you, you took this medicine, this is the history. The goal for us is that by next year we would reach 80% of all hospitals, and by 2024, 100% of all hospitals in Ghana will be networked. Another area where we have used digital technology to advance access to healthcare is through medical drones. Today, Ghana has 6 medical distribution centers for drones. 6. Omenako, Mpanya, Vopsi, Sefiwioso, Enum, and which is in the eastern region, and Ketikrachi. And these 6 centers are delivering massive services and saving lives every day across the country. So far, the drones have done 278,936 flights. 278,936 flights. When a drone is flying, it is taking urgently needed medicine, blood, anti-snake vaccines, all of those things are being taken. So they've done 278,936 flights. And they've delivered over 12 million deliveries, including 8.6 million medical products, 1.9 million child immunization vaccines, and 1.9 million COVID vaccines. Third area is the e-pharmacy. The e-pharmacy is very, very important. Patients or people generally face difficulties when they are trying to find medicines in pharmacies. It is also difficult to tell whether the drugs are genuine or fake. There is also the problem of drug abuse with prescription drugs like tramadol. To address these problems, in 2019, I challenged the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana to digitize the operations of pharmacies in Ghana. Following this and working with my office and the Ghana Health Service and the Pharmacy Council and the NHIS, the Pharmacy Council, in collaboration with the private sector, has completed the work on a digital platform for all pharmacies in Ghana and has done the pilot. So basically, the digital e-pharmacy platform will offer the opportunity to everyone through a mobile phone to upload your prescriptions and find out which pharmacies near you have the drugs. Secondly, you can compare the prices for the same drug offered by different pharmacies, and you can buy from the lowest price pharmacies. You will be also able to pay with your mobile money or your scan and pay, and then you can have the medicines delivered to you at home because they know your digital address. They will bring the medicine to you at home. On December 19th, 2018, the government supported management of the NHIS to launch a mobile renewal system to enable members whose cards have expired to conveniently renew their cards. And this has been very, very important. At present, over 16 million people are active members of the scheme, representing 54% of the population, an increase from 40% in 2019. Out of this number, over 80% are old members who use the mobile application to renew their membership. And this has reduced the queues as well as the crowding at the offices of the NHIS. Digitalization has made it possible by just dialing *929# and follow through the process to instantly renew your card without traveling to the office to queue. The good news is that the board and the management of the NHIA scheme has gone one step further to make it possible for people to use the mobile application to register as new members using your Ghana card. Today, this mobile application, which is called MyNHIS app, MyNHIS app. Today, this mobile application will be launched to enable people to sit in the comfort of their home, or even when they are in a car, not driving of course, to sit in the comfort of their homes, wherever, or offices, and register to join the NHIS. It will also enable members of the scheme to renew their membership and that of third parties and access the frequently asked questions. The MyNHIS app, therefore, serves as an NHIS office in your homes or in your pockets. The new NHIS mobile app will operate both on Android and iOS smartphones and will allow NHIS members to securely pay registration and membership renewal fees from their mobile money wallets. Ladies and gentlemen, embedded in the MyNHIS app is a member authentication feature to enable healthcare providers validate the membership status of members of the scheme before providing healthcare to them. This feature of the application will also help to reduce spurious claims ranging from impersonation and claims manufacturing resulting from collusion between NHIS clients and healthcare providers. I want to say, when you think about it, Ghana is using digitalization to help our people. We are networking all our hospitals. We've launched the National Electronic Pharmacy platform. We are delivering medicines through drones. We are linking the NHIS with the Ghana card. We have electronic medical claims. We have NHIA electronic receipting platform, electronic membership renewal. And by the grace of God, I would like to declare that we are launching the MyNHIS application officially. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland Ghana.
Today's event is a telling one. It is testament to what our collectiveness as a Ghanaian people and our resolve as one nation can achieve, irrespective of our partisan political differences. This project that has been commissioned here predates His Excellency the President, but this is one sterling example of how governance as a continuum benefits the ordinary Ghanaian people.
Mr. President, it is on record that since you assumed office as the President of the Republic of Ghana, your investment in the railway sector within these few 6 years far outweigh all the collective investment in the railway sector in the past 16 years. This railway project crossing the River Volta is one of the first of its kind in West Africa. I want to say a very big thank for your innovation.
We are met here today to commission this very important road bridge, the Afenia Road Over Bridge project, which has been constructed as part of the new 97.7 kilometer standard gauge railway line from Tema to Mpakadang. The project, a brainchild of the first MPP government of 2001 to 2009, when the highly respected Christopher Amiyao Akumfi was Minister for Ports, Harbors and Railways, was conceived to create a multimodal transportation network involving road, rail, and lake transportation, which will facilitate the haulage of cargo and the movement of people from the southern part of the country to the northern sector through a mix of intermodal transport systems. Currently, the transportation of domestic freight and transit freight between Accra, Tema, and northern Ghana, and further to Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, is essentially road-based via Kumasi, Tamale, Bogatanga, Navrongo, and Paga. This overdependency on our road network, coupled with the lack of other transport alternatives, particularly between Accra and Kumasi, has resulted in congestion, rapid deterioration of roads, and increases in road accidents. The project will address the imbalance between transport modes for long-distance transit and domestic freight movements from Accra, Tema, northwards, and vice versa, using the Volta Lake transport system. In particular, existing port operations at the Tema port will be improved, resulting in reduced vessel waiting time, container dwelling time, which will improve the competitiveness of the port, as well as lead to reduction in freight transport costs and enhance safety. Transporting freight and transit cargo via the lake transport system reduce cost of shipment and, by extension, reduce the cost of doing business in Ghana. Not only will it increase transit cargo volumes through the lake, but will also expand domestic shipments to and from the lake and will serve as a boost for agricultural enterprises within the environs of the lake. The Tema Makpadang Bwipe multimodal transport project, when successfully completed and operationalized, will link the Tema port to the lake transport network, especially the north-south movement over a distance of some 400 kilometers, and open up the lake to the transportation of not only fuel and cement, but also containerized cargo and agricultural produce from the northern enclave in Afram Plains to the port of Tema and other destinations. Other economic benefits of the project include: 1, reduction of pressure on the road network, including the Eastern Corridor roads, which are under vigorous construction, thereby reducing their early deterioration and increasing their service lifespan. 2, minimization of the cost of transportation of bulk commodities, containers, and agricultural produce to the ports and other destinations. 3, provision of affordable, reliable, and alternative means of transport for passengers who are not served by the road transport system along the corridor. And 4, construction, operation, and maintenance works of the railway infrastructure, which will provide direct and indirect employment to a significant number of Ghanaians. Ladies and gentlemen, this ceremony is part of a series of infrastructural projects lined up in the railway sector to develop and extend railway service across the length and breadth of the country. I want to reaffirm my commitment and determination to provide an enabling environment and support for the development of a modern railway system that will not only benefit the present generation, but also generations yet unborn. Before I conclude, I want to put on record that in the last 5 years of my administration, more construction activity in the railway sector has gone on than in any period since independence. We've laid a solid foundation which will receive an even greater impetus by the end of my tenure in 2025. My commitment to the development of a new modern standard railway network is unwavering. Accordingly, Nenen, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare the Afenya Road Over Bridge duly commissioned.
Mommy, you can see my so. No, mommy, I could concern. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 What first transaction? What is send this car coffee no? Dialogue to Lemon and Finance.
See how we are dressed, me and you. We have covered our balls, but we are just like goats and dogs. It should be handy. So this is one of the main reasons. Yes, it should be. Protect and let them be free.
Data has shown that about 3 million babies have been born through the in vitro fertilization process, commonly known as IVF. It is gaining popularity as one of the ways through which people can make babies artificially. What is the process like? What does it take to have an IVF? And which people qualify to have an IVF? Today I'm at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center to find all these answers for you. But before I introduce my guests, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. So you're welcome back from that short break, and I'm here with a principal fertility specialist at the Medifem Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. His name is Dr. Nana Henaku Labi. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
So
Yes.
today we want to talk about IVF. I know the full name is in vitro fertilization, if I'm right.
Yes.
What is IVF?
IVF, in vitro fertilization. I think before you understand what it really means, you must know what is the normal. And the normal is any couple who want to get a baby, there are certain 4 things which have to be satisfied.
Okay.
Number 1, it's the sperm of the man. 2, the egg of the woman. The egg and the sperm, they meet in the place called the fallopian tube. So egg, sperm, they meet in the tube. That's where fertilization takes place. So in normal settings, normal life, fertilization of a woman's egg is in the fallopian tubes. After the fertilization, the fertilized egg would drop down to settle in the uterus, in the womb. So these are the 4 things which are required for any couple to get a baby. The womb, the sperm, the egg, the fallopian tubes where fertilization takes place. And then it settles in the womb. 4 things, always. But for some reason, you cannot have the fertilization inside the womb of the woman. And fertilizing an egg, or the woman's egg, with the sperm outside the woman's body is in vitro fertilization. And in vitro means outside the body. It's a Greek expression for in glass. So in vitro fertilization simply means fertilizing the egg of the woman or whatever outside her body.
Right. So when are couples supposed to go for an IVF?
Which indirectly means what are the reasons for IVF? So after an egg is fertilized in vitro, we put the resulting fertilized egg, which is now called embryo, we put it inside the womb and let the thing grow, and eventually the baby is born after 9 months or so. Now, anything which will obstruct you from getting a baby may lead on to getting that fertilized egg outside the woman's body. Anything. And I group them into 4 reasons where how pregnancy takes place. So if there's a problem with the egg itself, I start with the egg. I start with then followed by the sperm, and then where fertilization takes place, the tube, and then it settles in the womb. So I simply have to go through these 4. Egg production. Sometimes the woman, you do everything, you are able to give all those things, you think everything else is normal, but no pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it eventually ends up with us bringing the egg out and fertilizing outside. That's doing the IVF. The next one is the sperm. Assuming everything is normal, and then the sperm is sort of deficient. It's not. If you introduce a sperm through the normal way, they won't be able to reach the egg itself. In that case, even the sperm, defective sperms, we can use the defective sperm in an IVF setup. normally you need 500,000 sperms to fertilize one egg in normal life.
Yeah.
But if the sperm is defective, what we do is we take the egg, get the best out of the sperm, which is good, mix them outside. So that becomes an IVF due to low sperm raising. And again, on the other hand, in certain situations, the sperms are so low, it cannot be used even in simple IVF setup. So we have to take one sperm, take one egg, and ourselves inject that sperm into the egg. And the process is called ECSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection.
Okay, so if there's a case where maybe the sperms are the problem, the woman is okay and everything, they still have to do an IVF to be able to get a baby?
Not necessarily. Okay. If all is well with the woman and the sperm cells are not good at all, unfortunately, we have to do an IVF. But if at some stage the sperms are good, are not good, but they are not that bad, we can wash them, sieve them, and do a process called IUI, intrauterine insemination. But even that, it means we are preparing the sperm to inject into the womb for the sperm to go and meet the egg inside the tube. But some are so weak they cannot. Look, you measure sperm quantity in millions. If you do a sperm check, they will tell you the normal is 10 million per mil, or 20 million and above for the whole thing. And so you wonder why all these 20 millions, but you need only one sperm. And that is where ICSI comes in, or IUI comes in. But unfortunately, if you do IUI, you don't actually see the problem if it fails, if it doesn't work. You wouldn't know. Yeah, but with IVF, you can see fertilization. You can see that there's something going on. Unfortunately, the baby is not well formed, and eventually it may not happen.
So I was asking, what's the chance when I do an IVF that it will be successful? Because it's just like science. Medicine is not always
Exactly. It is not exact. You think you are succeeding. At the end of it, in the whole world is about 37% chance of getting a success with the first IVF, with a single IVF. The whole world. Not certain places a little bit higher due to maybe superior conditions or techniques or whatever. It's a slightly higher, but it's ours. We are an average of 50 point something. And it fluctuates. It depends on who you are dealing with. An elderly person going through a normal IVF, the chances are not as high compared to a younger person aged in the 20s and things. If other things are okay, but an IVF is required, they have a higher chance of, sometimes over 70%, 77% chance of getting pregnant.
Because I was going to ask what age it is best advisable to have an IVF.
The best age to have a baby in any woman is 22. Huh? 22 years is the best age to have a baby. This thing is stuck in my brain for a long, long time since I was. It's the best age. The younger you are, it's not that good for a young girl of 18, 19 to have a baby. The older you are, then it's going towards, women have an expiry date. From 35 onwards, your fertility potential drops drastically, declines. So if you are 35, so for instance, if you come to me at the age of 28 or 24, 6, and that you have an infertility problem, it will take time to go through. But if you are already 35 plus, we wouldn't give you the normal time that people expect you to get pregnant. No, we'll start investigating immediately. Because as the older you are, the less likely your fertility potential.
That's very interesting, quite intriguing. 22 years is the best
age for having a baby.
And the longer it takes, the higher your chances.
Yes.
Yes. So, how is the procedure like? Is it painful? Is it stressful?
Okay.
Is it expensive?
Let me start from the bottom. Expensive, yes, it is. But comparatively to other nations, I think we are very cheap in Ghana.
Like how much?
Normally, in the US, for instance, you spend more than $15,000 to go through an IVF procedure. Ghana is roughly about $5,000. Max, dollars, roughly. And it depends on various units. There are some units which we all differ a bit, but averagely, in fact, I was estimating, we were much less than the $5,000, but and because the exchange rate, that's a problem. But that's the average cost of. We don't charge in dollars; we charge in cedis. Okay. Then, in fact, I was having headache. I was taking paracetamol. I was squeezing my face just to take the tablets. Everything is uncomfortable in medicine, but we try to limit the pain as much as possible. Is it painful? What is IVF? How do we do it? We do that by giving you a series of injections, which takes you about 2 weeks. Every day you have to take that injection. And then once you get to a level where we are putting the baby inside, there are another series of injections until the baby is well established, which takes another month or 2. So injections itself in IVF is very, very uncomfortable. People complain a lot that sometimes my buttocks is swollen and that. So that's number 1, where you experience pain. 2, when it's time to go and you've produced the eggs, you've got to collect the eggs from the woman, and that is called egg retrieval. That's the second part of IVF. And of course, we use some long needle through the vagina using an ultrasound to prick. So it's not a major operation. It's an uncomfortable situation where you use a needle to go and aspirate all the eggs. And after that, 20, 30 minutes, they are gone. They go home. After that, but the procedure is uncomfortable. So we give you something called conscious sedation. Conscious. You are but you are fully sedated, no pain, nothing, and it's a very brief period. normally not more than 20-30 minutes for the egg collection, depending on the number, sometimes. So yes, that bit is a bit uncomfortable. So you feel some pain. Your eggs are fertilized outside, and 5 days later, you have to put the eggs into the womb. And that one, it's ideally it's not painful, just like having a normal relation with your husband. You know, you feel something being down there. Minutes, seconds, you push the baby inside.
So how's sperm collection like from the man?
How do we collect the sperm? We don't put needles and things like in the woman, but the main source is from masturbation. You know what that is? Yes. Have you done it before?
I'm not a boy. I'm not a man.
So they masturbate and then see the fluid coming out, and sometimes it's very difficult for the clients, the patients. And I'm sorry, I made a joke with it, but some need their wives to come and help them to do that. We resist or whatever you call it, from having sex in order to produce the sperm. That you lose a lot, especially the initial sperms, you know. You may lose them, but that's where the concentrated things may be.
Okay.
So having sex to produce sperm, it's you don't advise. On the other hand, there are certain cases where there is no sperm. Normally, we have to dig into the testis area and aspirate some sperms. This is a special condition where there are no sperms even when they make their normal ejaculation, no sperm. So we have to find some sperm around the testis there and aspirate to use it to do the IVF.
Right. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll go for a quick break where we speak to one of the people who have undergone IVF. She'll share her experience with us and how the whole process was for her. When we come back, we'll speak more to Doc. So currently I'm with Akosia. She's had an IVF procedure and she was successful. So she's going to share with us what she went through, how the process was like for her. Hello Akosia, and thank you for speaking to us today. So I just want to know how your IVF process was like.
Oh, by God's grace, I would say mine has been successful all the time because I think I first came here 2014 and I'm in a distance marriage, so it's like, oh, you are okay, nothing is wrong, so let's give you medication, then you try your natural cycle. We tried it up till 2017 still. Then the doctor said, then let's go and do IVF. So we've learned a whole lot of stories. When you go do IVF, first time it's not successful. You have to do multiple times, blah, blah, blah. So it's like I was scared, but I held on to my faith. So with my first attempt, like medication, first they'll give you medication. I think they said my problem was PCOS. Okay. PCOS, so they'll give you medication to boost the eggs, then the maturity of the eggs, everything becomes successful, then they retrieve the eggs. So after the retrieval of the eggs, they're expecting that within the next 5 days, you'll be fine for them to transfer the embryos. But with my first 5 days, I had something called OHSS. With that one, you bloat, then you vomit, like you cannot even eat. You feel hungry, but you cannot eat. And it's like you are not by yourself. So because of that, I cannot take it on the 5th day. So you have to treat me and wait till the next month. So by God's grace, the next month when I came, they transferred and everything was fine. I think my first pregnancy was triplets, but along the line, it's like 2 couldn't stay and left with 1. And people were saying, IVF, they will stitch your womb, do blah, blah, blah. But with God's grace, they didn't stitch my womb. Everything was successful. My girl is now 4 years, TikTok girl. And I think later on, we said, oh, we want more. So after 2 years, we came back again to do the same thing again. That one too was successful. I had a successful pregnancy. But just that along the line, I had an ovarian cyst which ruptured. So now I couldn't control the pain with the pregnancy. So they have to remove the pregnancy. So with that, everything got a treatment. I have to take time before. Then I came again. So when I came again, it's like that one too. After the retrieval of eggs, because mostly it's like I go for 15 eggs, 17 eggs, but with this one I hated 36 eggs. So that means it wasn't easy. So I bloated. My stomach was like 8 months pregnancy. I was 5 cry. So they have to treat me again. And with that one, I was like always, I think I'm strong. So sometimes I even go home and come back for the treatment, then go back again. So with this one, as soon as I went home, they told me I should stay because I'm not looking well. And I saw then I said I'll go home because mostly when I finish, I drive and go back home. And they said, hey, so is that what you've been doing? It's not good, it's serious. You have to stay. So I didn't stay. I didn't mind them. Then I went home, I fainted. So that means I have to rush back. I said it's my own then. But I can say when I came back, the treatment, one thing I like about them is no matter what, they have time, they have patience, they will talk to you well, and they will call you to check on you. Even I can say I have almost all of them, they are anonymous. My husband too. In case of anything, even in the night, my husband will call them, my wife is not feeling fine. They will call you, come, wherever the medication is, they will try and take the medication so you'll become fine. So with that one too, I had to wait again, then come and do the transfer again. And one good thing is, mostly the semen they use is not fresh because my husband is not around, so mostly it's stored semen. So just imagine, the owner of the hospital will tell you that we are good because imagine the stored semen that we use for it. It's a stored semen, and even after that they have to store the embryos too for like 3-4 months before they transfer. Yeah, with some people, with their man will be there, the owner, they take the semen and put it in. But with my, not that, but at the end of the day, I get successful results. Me, fine, they are doing their job. But I believe in God too. I know without God, nothing can be possible.
So one last thing I want to ask is, how was the journey like emotionally? How were you feeling about it?
It's not easy because last time I told one lady at the front desk, climbing this staircase up there, having hope. What pains me is you have to always come for injections. There is not the medication alone that you take alone. The injections alone you take, especially before they will retrieve the eggs, and after the retrieval and the transfer, you have to take an injection again. That injection, the one giving you the injection is not painful. The injection, a drone, kasana, they give it to you, and after that you could say, "Otonya yeah." So me, if somebody is sitting somewhere and
those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And so, at the commencement of public business, item 8. Am I right? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, we will rather start with item 17 on page 11.
Item 17
on page 11.
Item 17, motion. Chairman of the committee. Yes, Chairman, you may move the motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion listed as item 17 on today's order paper be moved. And in the process, Mr. Speaker, I submit your committee's report. It is in relation to the request for waiver of import duty, import get fund, import NHIL, import VAT, exim levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of some 9,481,884 euros and 60 cents on materials and equipment to be procured for the design and construction of the Obeche Lamte interchange and ancillary works. The Speaker, as indicated, the requested waiver was to the tune of some 9.4 million euros. But the committee, in the light of the new exemptions regime, reviewed the request and took out COVID-19 levy in accordance with the new regime, and also other lines that reflected items that could be procured domestically. Accordingly, the amount we recommended, and it is our request that the resolution would capture this, the amount we recommend for the approval of this House is a Ghana cedi equivalent of 9,100,900 euros and 75 cents. And we recommend this reduction. Mr. Speaker, attached is the appendix reflecting the new master list. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee recommends the amount as revised for the approval of the House. Respectfully submitted, I so move.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunities to second the motion for the approval of a tax waiver as approved or recommended by the Finance Committee for the Obeche Lamte interchange project and ancillary works. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as of the time of approving this facility and commercial agreement, the House was aware that we are going to approve the tax waivers for the developer to be able to do this project. Indeed, last week, your Committee on Roads and Transport visited the site, and we could attest to the fact that they are over 70% complete of the works. It appears also that payment is in arrears, i.e. they have done more work than they've been paid for. But the quality of work and everything is of good quality. Mr. Speaker, when this project is completed, it will indeed ease the traffic there, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, if people know where the location of these interchanges, it's just not far from Kolebu. Currently, when emergency vehicles want to access Kolebu, they get stuck in traffic around that place. This project, when completed, will make it easier for emergency vehicles to quickly get to Kolebu when our citizens can be safe. Mr. Speaker, I have no objection to this. We believe this tax waivers would obviously is in line with the original agreement, and when approved, would make the contractor have the needed resources to complete this project on time. I recommend this facility for approval of the House and the rest of my colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the grant of the tax exemptions of up to €9.4 million to support the design and construction of the Obechi-Lamte interchange and auxiliary work. And Mr. Speaker, just to remind us that it's only Parliament that exercises the right of grant of tax exemption under Article 174 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this House have passed the Tax Exemptions Act, and in it we have provided requirements as to who meets the grant of tax exemption. It is my expectation that when any of these proposed tax exemptions come, we are walk us through what is provided from the Tax Exemptions Act so that the minimum thresholds are met. But Mr. Speaker, I concede that many of these tax exemptions were granted when Parliament was granting the contractual agreements relative to the undertaking of those activities. And even that, Mr. Speaker, Parliament will have to review its generous position in the grant of those tax exemptions. The World Bank and the IMF estimates that we lose $1 to $2 billion. And Mr. Speaker, for those of them who have studied economic costs, the grant of tax exemption is an opportunity cost of a lost revenue. And therefore, when you have an economy which is struggling, such as ours, we need to be more careful how much tax exemptions we grant. But this won't fall within the category. And then again, Mr. Speaker, in future, when referrals are made to committees, committee chairman, ranking, and members must exercise oversight. If there is a request for tax exemption, some of them even extend it to income tax. Some of them extend it to equipment and materials that are available in Ghana. The Speaker, that is why I'm saying that this Parliament, we should not be complicit. Anything the executive brings, we are happy to say hooray and approve it. We are losing the public trust. The public is losing confidence in us as a House in not holding many of these matters to accountability. So I support this because in your previous contractual arrangement, there was a provision of tax exemption. This House granted the waiver pursuant to Article 174. But for the future, let's do this guided by the new tenets and the provisions of the tax exemptions regime that has so been approved by this House and granted assent by the President. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the point that the minority leader has made. I guess would like to put it in the records that there are a number of agreements that Parliament has already approved that provides for these exemptions, but they do not spell out the scope of the exemptions to grant. So whilst we are bound by our earlier approval, we will, in the definition of the scope, ensure that as much as possible we sail very close to the new exemptions regime. And I am happy to hear from him the support he intends to give the Finance Committee to ensure that the Tax Exemption Act is implemented to the letter. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, it is something we would support this House to do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. As many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. I believe we'll move to the resolution.
Speaker, exactly so, 18, consequential.
So, honourable members, item 18, resolution.
Speaker, with respect, I'll seek your kind leave for the resolution to be taken by one of our own Deputy Minister of Finance, the Honourable John Kuma, to do it instead of the Minister.
Yes, minority from bench. Any comment on this request?
Mr. Speaker, we will not have any vote, except to add that we wish that our colleague on the leadership opposite will remind the Finance Minister that because of the budget and all the associated issues with financing, it would be good that he dedicates some time to be in the House. But this morning, Mr. Speaker, we will not have any objection. Our colleague taking the resolution on behalf of the Minister. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I grant leave to the Deputy Minister to move the resolution for and on behalf of the Minister responsible for Finance. Deputy Minister, you may do so now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move that resolution item listed as 18 be adopted to reflect the amendment that was moved in the motion in an amount of 9 million euros, 100,900 euros and 75 cents. I respectfully move so.
Honourable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved for the resolution to be adopted and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, being a consequential resolution, I'll move on to put the question. Those in favour of the resolution
as amended. As amended.
Those in favour of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, honourable members, my attention has been drawn to the fact that the amendment that has been proposed by the committee and adopted by the House does not find expression in the context or the terms of the resolution. So I'll put the question again, and that those in favour of the resolution as amended by the report of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the resolution as amended by the report of the committee is accordingly adopted.
25.
Yes.
Speaker, we move on to page 23. We take item 25. Item 25 on page 23.
Members, item 25, motion, chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to move that the motion listed as item 25 on today's order paper be taken now, and in the process submit your committee's report, which also amends the original request made to the House. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials of finance, and the observations of the committee are captured under paragraph 7 of the committee's report under paragraph 7.5. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that the amount of taxes and duties requested to be waived included COVID-19 levy. The committee, however, considered that in the light of the new tax exemptions regime, the levy should not be included in the waiver. The committee therefore agreed with the Ministry of Finance to reduce the waiver amount to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 15,764,652 euros, and to recommend this reduced amount to the House for approval. Attached is the appendix reflecting the new master list. In conclusion, the committee recommends to this House to approve this report and approve the motion as amended for the exemptions to take effect. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, as rightly mentioned by the chairman of the committee, this report is for a request of a waiver of an amount of 16,323,382 euros, and that is for Second D Takoradi Water Supply Rehabilitation and Expansion Project Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, if this House could recall, Parliament at the 9th sitting of the 3rd meeting held Tuesday, 20th October 2020, approved the resolution, the commercial agreement between the Government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, Ghana Water Company. And the amount involved in this facility, Mr. Speaker, is 70 million euros. So the waiver amount, 16 million, I think it is in the right direction, and it's within the threshold of a waiver. Mr. Speaker, this water is going to serve, as mainly mentioned, the Second D Takoradi and its environs. It is important to note that this water is going to serve over 30 communities around that area. There is no much time to mention, but it is captured under paragraph 7.3, the beneficiary communities, over 30 communities, which is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that per the clause of the particular condition of contract, the commercial contract between Ghana Water Company United and Abstract, the contract price is exclusive of tax. Mr. Speaker, what this is trying to say is that the amount of 70 million does not include tax. If we are to include tax in this amount, it will have been over 70 million plus the 60 million, that would be about 86 million contract price. But because we have our counterpart support, which is the tax waiver of an amount of 60 million.
Honorable member, just a minute. The second deputy speaker to take the chair. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is why we're having a total contract price of 70 million euros. Mr. Speaker, as rightly mentioned by the chairman of the committee, the newly tax exemption regime that was passed this year, it realized that in the distance, we realized COVID-19 have been included, but the newly tax regime exemption regime does not entertain COVID-19 again as an exempted item. In that regard, we have been able to reduce the original amount of 16 million to 15.764 million. And we have so recommended to the committee that the total amount of exemption should not be 16 million as stated, but rather 15 million euros. Mr. Saying goes, water is life. In that regard, if water is life, I so recommend to this House that this report should be adopted by this House. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now for the consideration of the House. Let me now invite the member for Okankwe Central. Okankwe North.
Okankwe Central.
Okankwe Central, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, let me take off from where my colleague ended, Honorable Jaja from Ayawaso North. Water for All agenda by this administration has seen a lot of investment in the water sector. It's for this reason that government has invested close to $500 million in water expansion projects and programs. Mr. Speaker, the Sekendi Takrady Township or Metropolis has seen an increase in population as stipulated in the report and also by the Population and Housing Census of 2021, Mr. Speaker. You have communities as stated under paragraph 7.3 to include where the ranking member grew up, Sekendi Takrady Atufosin. And it's for this reason that I believe he wholeheartedly supported this loan agreement and this tax waiver. Mr. Speaker, tax waivers are not unconstitutional, let me put it that way. But we as a House and the government has taken steps to regulate and make sure that the waivers that we grant do not affect the revenue collection or base of this country and ought to be supported when it comes to very important projects like this. And I add my voice to support this motion and ask for its approval. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to draw the chairman's attention to the similar little correction that needed to be done in the earlier one. If you look at the motion and even his report, as compared to what they are recommending, the title of the report still talks about the 16.3 million euros, whilst they are recommending 15.7 million euros. And the motion too is still capturing aside. Well, for the motion, you say that that was what was advertised and referred to your committee. But in your report, you needed to make, when you were presenting your report, you needed to make those corrections. Because we are approving your corrected figure, not what was advertised. So I thought that you take advantage before the question is put to make that correction. And Mr. Speaker, to add, and first to commend the committee for the work that they've done, especially in ensuring that they tried to consider this waiver in line with the act that we just passed and be able to reduce some of the figures. We expect them to do more. But Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to now be conscious when loan agreements come to the House. The only way we can stop these tax waivers is to stop promising waiver in the loan agreement. In the commercial agreement, Mr. Speaker, we need to stop adding tax waivers so that the tax waivers will now be applied strictly based on the Act. But when the loan comes, and in our hurry to get the loan agreement, the commercial agreement passed, and included in it, we state that there will be waivers for the contractors. When they come at this stage to demand it, any attempt to deny them could lead to judgment, death, and consequences in the court. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to add that I've seen a number of loans agreements advertised. I want to urge both the Finance Committee and the sector committees that when we are considering those agreements, let's take out the waiver component. Since we now have an act, the act has specified what qualifies for waiver. If you sincerely qualify for it, you will have it, so that you don't have to embed them in the commercial agreement where you tie our hands behind ourselves and then ask us to box. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want to thank the committee and urge them. We need to save our country. And unfortunately, in many countries across the globe, this term has been long stop of this waiver. No, you rather give them tax credit so that when they are paying their tax, then they'll be deducting. That's one way to save our economy. And I want to thank the committee once again for the work, the diligence that they have put into submitting this report. With this, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Finance Committee Chair to make the correction before the questions are put. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Speaker, just to comment briefly. First of all, I think we need not reinvent the wheel. And I listened to my colleague. I recall the last time there was a debate on this piece of legislation. I think before the committee brought finality to it, he was very passionate about these whole concerns about waiver. But I'm happy that at least we've passed the bill into law. So this thing about, okay, when agreements come and we look at the agreement vis-a-vis possible tax waivers, it never arises at all. Because now we have a substantive law, and we should all be guided by that law moving forward. I agree with him when he speaks or relates to concern about the losses we have incurred as a country when it comes to tax waivers. Thankfully, now we have the law. We all have to just get a bit careful, a bit more meticulous in the enforcement and the consideration of waivers that come before the House. I think that we'll be doing ourselves a lot of good if we get a bit more careful. Yes, we are all aware of the positive aspects and the positive considerations that come in the wake of tax waivers. But these investors also need to consider us as a country, especially where we are as a nation. So I only want to commend the committee, particularly the ranking member and the chair, who have worked assiduously to ensure that this piece of legislation is passed into law. For once, let's think a bit more positive and reduce the sense of pessimism. We've done something significantly important that we must pride ourselves as a House, having gone through a full cycle of emotion and getting this thing passed into law. We just, at this stage, it's about the implementation and ensuring that the trust of the law will have effect on all the considerations and activities. So my colleague shouldn't bother too much. I get his sense of fear, shouldn't bother too much. All of us should pay particular attention to the law and ensure that we have a full implementation and respect of the law that we've passed into, the piece of legislation we've passed into law. Speaker, thank you. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, it's important that I point some of these elements out to the House. One, the new tax exemption, the new Exemptions Act does not make granting of exemptions unlawful. There is a decision to be made by the executive whether for these projects they would want to Parliament to approve exemptions. So it's a policy matter for government. The Exemptions Act has itself made certain tax lines non-exemptable. Those ones becomes matter of law. But the point I want to put on record is that I'm happy the Deputy Finance Minister is here. The information needs to go to the executive, and especially the MDAs that negotiate these commercial agreements. That there's a strong sentiment in Parliament now, and it's on both sides of the House, against the granting of these exemptions. And therefore, we would be happier if these projects would be negotiated as though there are no exemptions. But I grant it to the executive that it is a policy matter that the executive would have to consider. Safe to add that if it continues, then the House may also have to take a certain position. If the House would not approve some of the recommendations that come here, I guess the executive may take a cue and begin to act accordingly. I just thought it's important to put these things on record.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many of the motion as amended. Say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Are we moving to 26?
Speaker, 26.
Very well.
To be done by the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to move that resolution listed at item 26 on page 24 of the other paper be adopted, subject to the amendment made to reflect the 15,764,652 euros. I respectfully oppose.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved. Any members seconding it?
I second the resolution.
Very well. Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Honourable members, this is consequential. I'll therefore move to put the question. All those in favour that the resolution listed 26 in today's order paper as amended. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 26 in today's order paper as amended is hereby adopted. Yes, let him come to leadership.
So we have page 26. So we have page 26, item 27.
Honourable members, may you come with me to page 26, item listed 27. Motion by the chairman of the committee. Yes, chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 27 on today's order paper be moved now, and in the process present your committee's report. But as the advice came, Mr. Speaker, the committee is amending the figure of 6,389,428 million US dollars as advertised, we are amending that to reflect a reduced amount of 3,919,628 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials from the Ministry of Finance, and we considered that these incentives are necessary for this project to contribute to the GDP and to job creation in the country. We, however, observe that in accordance with the new exemptions regime as reflected under paragraph 6 of the committee's report, the domestic value-added tax could not be granted. It has been specifically outlawed by the Exemptions Act. Accordingly, the new exemptions for which we seek the House approval is a 3,919,628 million euros. Mr. Speaker, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to approve this amended figure so that the incentives can take effect. Respectfully submitted, I so move as amended.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved. Honourable member for Sri Yaman.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I just want to draw our attention to a few typos that need to be corrected. Mr. Speaker, on page 4, under paragraph 5.1, we see that the project for the construction will also contribute significantly to creation of employment in the tourism and the hostility sector. Should be hospitality sector. Also, under paragraph 5.2, the board of GIPC has therefore, it should be has therefore satisfied itself that the construction of Meridian Hotel is a strategic investment that deserves, so there should be an S there. And finally, under paragraph 5.4, the last sentence, we see that the hotel will be operated by Marriott International in accordance with international operational standards. So internal should be changed to international operational standards. Mr. Speaker, the IEA, in one of its reports, estimated that Ghana loses over 5 billion cedis annually to tax exemptions. And that and many other reasons is what pushed us as a House to pass the new tax exemption law that we are operating with currently. And so that is what has actually supported your committee to downwardly reduce the amount requested from 6,389,428 euros to 3,919,628. So we have actually got a savings of 2,469,800 euros, and that is significant. And as the Chief Whip of the minority said earlier on, I think it is not just this House. The message must be sent clear to ministers and other government officials who negotiate contracts on our behalf to be abreast with the new tax exemption laws so that they incorporate that in the negotiations before the Parliament for us to approve. And so this message must be sent out clearly. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at other hotels, comparable hotels in this country, like Kempinski and others, they have all benefited from such tax exemptions. And so we felt that it is just proper and fair to also extend a similar courtesy to this program, this particular hotel project. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when Ghana is called upon to host international conferences and other events like the All African Nations Games that is coming up. That is where we see deficiencies in hotel accommodations that are of standard. And so getting such a hotel in place will help boost our preparedness for such international mega events. And so I support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Honourable members, I'll now put the question since nobody is ready to contribute. And the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. The motion as amended, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. We move to item listed 28, the resolution. So, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to move that resolution listed as item 28 on page 27 be adopted, subject to the amendment to reflect $3,919,628. I move so. Thank you.
Very well. Any member seconding it? Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and has been seconded. It's for the consideration of the House. I think this is consequential. I'll move on to put the question. The question is, all those in favour of the resolution listed 28 as amended, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we should be taking item 8B on page 5. 8B.
Very well. Honourable members, may you come with me to page 5. Page 5. Item listed B, 8B, by the chairman of the committee.
27th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as Justices of the Supreme Court.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, we can now go on to page 28. 28, item 29.
Yes. Honourable members, we turn to page 28. Page 28. Item listed 29. Motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 29 be now moved and in the process submit your committee's report which amends the figure of 12,938,133 million euros to 12,504,076 million euros. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials from the ministry and considered the referral you made to us. The committee's observations are captured under paragraph 6. The critical observation the committee made is registered under paragraph 6.3, which considered, as earlier explained, that COVID-19 ought not to be captured under the basket of waivers. Accordingly, the committee recommends its removal, and in the process request this House to respectfully approve the sum of the cedi equivalent of 12,504,076 euros for the project to take place and the benefit to be achieved. I so move it as amended, respectfully submitted.
Yes, Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to raise some few observations. Mr. Speaker, to start with, you will notice that what was presented to us for approval happens to be 12.938 million euros. Mr. Speaker, in going through our consideration, we at the committee noticed that some of the items that has been included in the tax exemptions were overly generous. Mr. Speaker, the committee took a position to reduce the tax exemptions to 12.5 million. This is because, Mr. Speaker, we identified items that can be produced or be bought here in Ghana and took them off the list by ensuring that the contractor will also give the Ghanaian businesses an opportunity. And so if there's an item that we know that can be bought here in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, we encourage them to take it out of the list and to get the contractor to purchase them locally, so that local Ghanaian businesses can also get an opportunity, obviously, to support the business that is being undertaken by government. Mr. Speaker, again, we at the committee identified the COVID levy and agreed that COVID levy should not be exempted, and so we took it off. Mr. Speaker, going forward, and I've seen it in the budget statement that was presented, the minister responsible for finance informed us that beginning January 2023, all foreign companies will not be granted tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, I hope and pray that the commercial agreements that are presented to us in this House will not include tax exemption composition. Mr. Speaker, until we take that commercial agreement tax exemptions out of the way, we'll be compelled always to approve these tax exemptions. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the sector committees, not the finance committee, the sector committees to do more due diligence anytime the commercial agreements are presented to them. Mr. Speaker, it is only through that committee that can identify those tax exemption compositions. And if they take them off, Mr. Speaker, that will make our job easier. But when Parliament has approved those bills, the commercial agreement, Mr. Speaker, at that point our hands are tied. As a committee of finance, what can we do? Because, Mr. Speaker, if we decline, we are declining things that the same Parliament has approved. That makes it very difficult and apart. Mr. Speaker, we can always reduce the amount that comes in. But the policy objective is not to reduce. The policy objective is to completely reject these tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, I think Ghana has too much tax exemption regime. It's too generous, and we should bring this thing down. And it's important that we confront it head of. Speaker, with these few words, I support I second the motion that was moved by the chairman. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Honourable members, I will proceed to put the question as nobody is prepared to contribute, and the question is as many as are in favour of the motion listed 29 as amended, say aye. Honourable members, I expect members to respond to the question. As many as are in favour of the motion listed 29 as amended, say aye. Or say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. We move to item listed 30, the resolution. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that resolution listed as item 30 on page 29 be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I move that the adoption should be in accordance with the amendment made to the figure, which is $12,504,076 US. I respectfully move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Who is seconding it?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and has been seconded. It is for consideration of the House. And since this is consequential, I'll move on to put the question. All those in favor of the resolution listed 30 in today's order paper as amended, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, page 32. Page 32, item 31.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page 32. Page 32, item listed 31, motion by the Chairman of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 31 on today's order paper be moved now, and in the process submit your committee's report. But I do so, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, to amend once again the figure of the figure of 37,891,341 euros, amended to 36,422,677 euros. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials of the Ministry of Finance, and our observations are captured under paragraph 6 of your committee's report. Again, the most important decision the committee recommends to this House to make is a reduction, because of the exclusion of COVID-19 from the basket of exemptions, the reduction of the amount to the said 36.422677 million. The committee recommends this for the House approval. Respectfully submitted. I so move as amended.
Very well. Yes, Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I would like to advert the House's attention to the fact that the committee was able to slash the request down by about 1.5 million euros. Mr. Speaker, we felt there was the need, one, to remove the COVID levy, which is about 1.43 million euros. Again, Mr. Speaker, we saw certain items that we felt that it can be purchased locally, and therefore the contractor also has a responsibility in ensuring that the local Ghanaian company benefits from the project that the government is undertaking. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we were to look at the attachment, which constitute the items that needed to be exempted, is purely on equipment that will be used for the hospital and equipment that will be used for the construction. Mr. Speaker, largely we will support this tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, just to reiterate the point that there is the need for government to walk the talk of ensuring that these tax exemptions are curtailed. Mr. Speaker, it's important because tax exemptions are eating away our tax revenue, eating away the tax revenue. Mr. Speaker, our tax revenue is being eroded day in, day out of these tax exemptions. We, as a House, will need to assist the government, and in assisting the government is the sector committees. the sector committees must ensure that those commercial agreements that are approved by the committees excludes tax exemption provisions. Speaker, until then, we are working in vain as a committee of finance. So I will use this opportunity to urge the chairman and the ranking members and members of those sector committees, particularly the infrastructure committees, in ensuring that every single commercial agreement excludes tax exemption provision. So, Speaker, because the minister himself, as part of the budget statement, that beginning January 2023, no foreign company will get tax exemption. So, Speaker, we must assist the government in ensuring that this becomes a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, an invitation has been made to the House to adopt this report. At the risk of repeating points made earlier by Honorable Muntaka and Honorable Atufosi, I would want to reiterate that the time has come indeed for us to do away with this tax exemption regime. And it's not a matter for committee chairs. It's a matter of policy that as a House, we should carry that sentiment to government. Because, Mr. Speaker, there must be an incentive for such office. Currently, if a company wants to enjoy withholding tax exemptions, one of the means of enjoying that dispensation is to file its taxes and ensure that it keeps proper accounts. Other than that, government would take the 5% or whatever percentage of withholding tax whenever you are being paid. It is a condition that compels a company to do what is right. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to use my own self as an example when I was active in the private sector. Because at the time, in the mines, you don't want them to be deducting or withholding tax. You are always in a hurry to get your external auditors to get your books properly put in place. Then you go to GRA, pay your PAYE and all the necessary things so that you can have your money. So, Mr. Speaker, coming back to this, if we exempt them merely, there's no incentive. I don't want to talk about the fact that they are investing and they would want to take their profit. It doesn't stay in the economy. The problem with this economy is, whereas the individual entities are rich and are liquid, the central system lacks liquid. So, and there's a central system that provides social services. So at the end of the day, these same institutions will be old and it becomes a problem for the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we are approving this, but I would want us as a House to take this matter up seriously and rather in approving commercial agreement, talk about tax credits. That I disagree with you. It's not a matter of they deserve or not. It's a going concern. So you look at it case by case. But my point is that let us introduce a tax credit regime which will be compelling enough to enable them to do the needful. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I have nothing more useful to add, save that I'm in support of the motion. I thank you so much indeed.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 31 as amended, say aye. Honourable members, I invite all of you to be very active in the House. The question, I expect you to respond. As many as are in favor of the motion as amended, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. the motion listed 31 as amended is accordingly adopted. We move to item listed 32, the resolution. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that resolution listed as item 32 on page 32 be adopted to reflect the amendment in the figure of 36,422,677 euros. I move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the resolution.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. Is for the consideration of the House. And I believe this is consequential. I'll move on to put the question. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the resolution listed 32 in today's order paper as amended, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution as amended is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, pages 14 and 19, item 19 and 21. Speaker, I'll seek your leave since same subject matter, and I'm told the report is a single report.
Are you saying page 14?
Yes, pages 14 and 17. The items are 19 and 21. If, Speaker, with your leave, the two items could be moved concurrently by the Chair.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page 14. Page 14, item listed 19, as well as page 17. Page 17, item listed 21. The chairman is moving these two motions together. Yes, Chairman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motions listed as items 19 and 21 on today's order paper be moved, and in the process present your committee's report and amend the figures as contained in the resolutions. Speaker, because they are two in one, when I get to the conclusion of the report, I will state the amended figure. The Speaker, again, your committee met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and considered that these waivers are necessary for Ghana's hosting of the said games, and therefore we recommend to this House to grant the request. But in accordance again with the new exemptions regime, the first request, which is in relation to the contract being done by Consa Limited, which is of $4,101,447 US, 12 cents. That figure is now amended to $4,139,315 US, 33 cents on the material and equipment and services to be procured for the provision of the sports infrastructure, which relates to CONSA. In respect of the waiver of $2,341,056 US, 14 cents relating to the contract by Mawums Limited, the amended figure is $2,181,392 Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians look forward to the successful hosting of these games by Ghana, and therefore we recommend to this House to approve these requests so the preparation can proceed as scheduled. Respectfully submitted, I so move the motions as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Enough for whole central.
I rise to second the motion moved by the chairman. But I want to make a comment on an earlier issue. We were raising issues with the tax exemptions being granted on projects. But the issue starts from how much facility we are taking to execute a particular contract. If we take an amount that is gross and covers the taxes, then we can say that no tax exemption should be granted. But we take amounts which are like net for executing the project. That's why if we do not grant the tax exemptions, the cost goes up for the executing company. That is why when we are negotiating for these facilities, we should ensure that it covers the gross. Then we can now stop the tax exemption and go the way the deputy leader is suggesting. But now coming to the request for these exemptions, Mr. Speaker, when this was submitted to the committee, there was the insistence that we cannot grant to only the foreign companies working on the projects. Mawums is a Ghanaian company. Don't worry, it's a Ghanaian company. No exemption was brought in respect of Mawums' contract. So the committee insisted that we would not work on only the exemptions for CONSA, but also they should bring, the sponsors of the project should bring the exemptions which will enhance the work of Mawums as well. Subsequently done and then considered by the committee. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the attachment to the report, you will notice that the details for the items to be exempted for Mawums company are attached. But
yes, honorable member for whole central, hold on. Yeah, Okanko Central.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, I'm sure, has overlooked some very important item in his presentation. CONSA is a wholly owned Ghanaian entity. It's a Ghanaian company. I'm sure you are referring to contractor. CONSA is a Ghanaian company. Honorable Kodo. Just like Mawums. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member for whole central. This is just.
It's using technicalities.
It's just correction.
My vice chairman is using legal technicalities to run away from the fact that the CONSA contractors are from afar.
Yeah.
They are from afar.
Israel.
Very, very far away from us. But we know Mawums is here. We know him personally too. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the details for the exemptions being granted to CONSA in this request may either erroneously or somehow have been omitted. So the attachment we have is only for Mawums. Maybe Chairman can explain that and make sure that it is rectified. Because the attachment I have here is only for Maus. So you wait. When I finish, you can. Mr. Speaker, I think that these exemptions will motivate the contractors to proceed with the work because the time is almost due. And some of their imported items may even be lacking in the ports because they have to clear them in order to enable them to work. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that it is not only the games facilities which are being constructed. In fact, the access road to the games village is also under construction, and it's been very well done. Yeah, that is where I live. So I see it every day when I'm coming to work or going back. So I think these exemptions will encourage them to speed up the works so that we can meet the deadline for the August games. I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House. Yes, Honourable Member for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a comment or two on this particular tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, one major observation I have made on approval of on the consideration of this tax exemption has to do with the fact that oftentimes we grant tax exemptions to foreign companies, Ghanaian companies. Mr. Speaker, at the time that the foreign companies are getting bigger rates than the local Ghanaian companies. Mr. Speaker, so if you take one particular contract, a foreign company may be getting a rate higher than a Ghanaian company. On top of that, that foreign company is getting tax exemption, while the local Ghanaian company is not getting tax exemption. Speaker, the terms of those agreements are such a way that we are so favorable to foreign companies against our own, as if we are enemies among ourselves. Speaker, this I think is unfair business practice that this country has been practicing over the years. We seem to love foreign companies more than our own, and we are not growing local Ghanaian companies. The incentives that we've been giving to foreign companies, we are not granting same incentives to Ghanaian companies. Speaker, that is why we, the members of the Finance Committee, in considering the earlier tax exemptions that we granted to the foreign company contractor that is doing this, demanded that as long as they are doing the same work and you are giving tax exemptions to foreign company, equity demands that the Ghanaian company that is also doing same work with less rates should also be given the same tax exemption. So, Speaker, that is the only way you can build Ghanaian businesses and Ghanaian companies to support. So, Speaker, another observation has to do with the fact that anytime we are considering value for money, we do value for money as if the tax exemption is not cost to the government. So, Speaker, if you want to look at the cost of a contract, taxes and equipment are also part of it. However, when we are doing value for money, we take the tax exemption out of the value for money. So the comparable ones that we are comparing to has tax exemptions as part of it. Yet, the ones that we are comparing it with has no tax exemption. So, Speaker, that regime must also stop. And I'm happy that there are some technical people sitting outside. They are the ones that will negotiate some of this agreement. So please, they should also do their work. The ministry should do their work, and for Parliament to also do our work. Mr. Speaker, I will support this tax exemption, but Mr. Speaker, these tax exemption regimes are teaching us a lot of lessons. And I believe as a country, we need to reform the way we grant these tax exemptions in a way that will benefit the country going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much,
Member for
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very delighted to hear that the committee insisted that the Ghanaian be given the same incentives that we are giving. companies that are coming from outside. After all, each one of them. So if we give incentives to those coming from outside, I think those inside should even get double incentives so that they can grow and become as big and strong as those we also emphasizes something I've observed. Anytime something big, good is given to a Ghanaian company, we attack the company, we align them to political parties, we align them to families. But there's no a Ghanaian company will be giving any consideration in any of the countries of the companies we give so much clout to. Probably we should be learning the lessons now. When people complain, this financial institution belongs to A or Z, those that we don't complain about, they also belong to some political class in the other countries. And they support them to come here and take the credit. It is time we made it a policy to support Ghanaian companies wherever they belong. After all, in the last 25, 30 years, it has been very clearly demonstrated that this our democracy gives opportunities to both sides. Let's stop putting impediments in the way of those who are Ghanaian companies when we don't even complain about other companies getting the same benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last one from Member for Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the worry of colleagues that we should not speak on this matter that time has. I think I share the concerns that have been raised by colleagues who have spoken earlier on this matter, especially the First Deputy Speaker when he contributed about supporting Ghanaian companies in the same manner, if not even double what it is we give to foreign companies. His concern about labeling the local companies anytime they get such support is true, but it is so because of the way and manner we apply this support to the local companies. It is therefore very important to have rules and have practices that when we are applying exemptions to local companies, we do not find a factor that discriminates in favor of some local companies against others. It is when we do this that is where relationship of the people behind the companies now get identified and they get linked to Mr. So and so or political party so and so. But if you have a fair rule that will apply to all of them and you are fair in applying the rules, I believe that all of us, including this side of the House, will support such an operation and possibly double this local company. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion listed in today's order paper as 19 in page 14 and 21 in page 17 as amended, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, and the motions listed 19 and 21 are accordingly adopted. We are therefore taking the resolution listed 20 and 22 together. So, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to move that resolution listed as item 20 and 22 on pages 15 and 18 of the order paper be adopted. To reflect the amendments that was made for Consa Limited is $4,139,350.33. And Maus Company Limited, $2,181,392.63. I so move. Thank you.
Yes. Ranking of Finance Committee, will you second the motion? Okay. Honorable member for whole Central already.
I second the motion. The twin motion.
It's resolution.
Oh, sorry.
So twin resolution.
I second the twin resolution to give meat to the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. And as usual, this is consequential. So we'll move to put the question, and the question is, all those in favor that the resolution listed 20 and 22 in today's order paper as amended, say aye. All those against the resolution listed 20 and 22, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 20 and 22 in today's order paper as amended is hereby adopted. Yes, leader. The Minister for Local Government.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, are you making an application?
Well, I'm listening to you.
Very well. Very well. Mr. Speaker, with respect, we start with the urgent questions, Mr. Speaker. Minister for Works and Housing. 5 minutes. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Minister would do so on behalf of the Minister.
So we are dealing with the urgent questions?
So.
Very well. Honorable members, let me invite you to item listed 5 in today's order paper, page 3, urgent questions. So we will begin with urgent question A. And that stands the name of a member for Medina, Honorable Francis Sylvia Kojososu. Honorable member, the minister is available. You may ask your question now.
Speaker, I have the authority of my brother, the honorable member for Medina, Sosu, to seek your leave to humbly ask this question on his behalf. I so speak.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing the measures being taken to complete drainage projects in Medina following the death of 2 persons after heavy rains on Wednesday, 9th November 2022. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as a ministry wish to express our deepest condolences and unwavering support to the bereaved families for the loss of their loved ones during the heavy downpour on the 9th of November 2022.
our heart goes out to the family in these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing is conscious of the increased floods across the country due to climate change, among others. For this reason, the Ministry has over the years implemented major drainage projects in many parts of the country and indeed the Greater Accra region to mitigate flooding. Mr. Speaker, the Madina municipality was not left out in this effort. Drains in the municipality are among those that were prioritized by the ministry. The ministry in 2018 and 2020 initiated the construction of storm drainage projects under the National Flood Control Program in a bid to mitigate the effect of flooding endangering livelihoods and properties in the municipality. Some construction works at Madina Zongo, Madina Mayehot, Madina Redco, and Madina Race have been completed. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding, the Hydrological Services Department, which is now the Ghana Hydrological Authority, has a comprehensive list of drainage projects for Greater Accra, and to be precise, the continuation of the Madina Redco, Madina Mayehot, and the Firestone drains have been captured in the Public Investment Plan for MTEF 2023-2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, we wish to assure the Honourable Member and this August House that the Ministry will not relent in its effort to engage the Ministry of Finance to secure funding and take the necessary steps to protect Madina Municipality and other areas across the country at risk of flooding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member, I hope if I give you only one supplementary question, you wouldn't be bothered. So I'll give you one supplementary question.
Oh, Mr. Speaker. Very well. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that I'll get at least two supplementary, considering that this the subject matter of the question is quite international in character. Mr. Speaker, the Minister did say that the drainage works around Medina Mayehot and Redco flood areas have been completed. But the death in question occurred at a different place, and that's where the focus is. So, can he assure the House that the drainage works area to be completed as they've done for Redco and the Mayehot area ones? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just as I said earlier, the project is in phases, and what has been completed is the first phase. We're expecting that the second phase will continue anytime we secure funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I'll give you the last one.
Mr. Speaker, may you live long. May you live long. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the ministry that this year the rains have been torrential, but it's subsiding now. Wouldn't it be more prudent for the ministry to rather seek for immediate funding to complete these projects before the rain sets in next year? Because from your answer, it appears that there's no timeline in seeking for funding to complete these ongoing projects. It is the non-completion that poses danger to the people. Humbly submitted.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project is part of the program that we have for this 2023. So hopefully, if we secure funding, I'm sure that we'll get it completed before time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to question 5B. Question 5B. Honourable Member for Fisheries. Honourable Member for Fisheries. Yes. Honorable Minister for Fisheries, yes, you take the seat whilst I discharge our brother, the Deputy Minister for Western Housing. Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. You are discharged. Yes, Honorable Member for Everua Jomoro Jura, Honorable Kofi Akonku Nekwe. Yes, did I mention your name rightly?
No, right, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
The constituency is Evalue Ajomoro Jura. Right, Honorable Speaker, my name is Kofi Akun Noku.
Kofi Akun what?
Noku. Noku pronounced as in a U.
Okay.
N-O-K-O-E, but it's pronounced Noku.
Very well, very well. Thank you. Let's hear you. The minister is now available to answer your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what the ministry is doing to address Ghana's second yellow warning from the European Union over illegal fishing. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana was on the 2nd of June 2021 notified by the European Union of the possibility of being identified as a non-cooperating third-party state in fighting illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. The issues raised by EU included the inadequacies in the area of legal framework to fight IUU in international obligations of which Ghana is a signatory. Illegal transshipment at sea of large quantities of undersized juvenile pelagic species between industrial trawl vessels and canoes in Ghanaian waters. Expired Marine Fisheries Management Plan 2015 to 2019. Expired National Plan of Action to Prevent, Deter and Eliminate IUU 2014 to 2018. Deficiencies in the monitoring, control and surveillance of the fleet. Sanctions imposed on vessels engaging in or supporting IUU fishing activities are not effective and not an adequate deterrent. Consequently, the Ghana-EU dialogue, EU-IUU dialogue process was initiated for Ghana and EU to discuss the concerns of the EU and agree on actions to be taken. Ghana has subsequently taken the following actions after meetings. A new fisheries and agriculture policy has received cabinet approval for implementation. It will be the basis, among others, for the preparation of a new fisheries bill. Cabinet has granted approval for the enactment of a new Fisheries Act. Legal review meetings ongoing with fisheries consultants from FAO to complete drafting instructions on the new bill. A national plan of action to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU 2021-2025 has been deposited with FAO. A new Marine Fisheries Management Plan 2022-2026 has been developed. One of the measures in the management plan is to conserve fish stocks and further reduce over-capitalization in the artisanal sector and industrial sector. Closed season implemented for 1 month for artisanal fishers, 2 months for trawlers, and 2.5 months for tuna fleets, respectively, in 2022. Illegal transshipment at sea has been banned. The implementation of a ministerial directive on trawl gear selectivity to address juvenile catch is one of the requirements for the grant of fishing licenses to trawlers. We have also revoked a ministerial directive in 2015 that allowed industrial trawlers to have 15% of bycatch. Payment of fines imposed for infractions committed in the past is a condition for renewal of fishing licenses. Fines being paid by offenders. We have intensified port inspection of vessels before and after sea trips. Ghana has instituted continuous training for fisheries inspectors and observers to conduct thorough inspection at ports and at sea to enhance monitoring, control, and surveillance operations. The vessel monitoring system and automatic identification system have been reactivated to aid in the monitoring of industrial and tuna vessels. The ministry has initiated the processes to procure 4 patrol boats to strengthen law enforcement at sea. 1 research vessel will also be procured for science and data collection and sustainable fisheries management. We are collaborating with the Fisheries Committee for the West African Gulf of Guinea, FCWC, on Regional Observer Program and Joint Patrol Operations. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is still cooperating with the European Union through the established dialogue on the various measures being undertaken to get the EU to lift the yellow card since the last visit in June 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, I hope you are satisfied.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Are you not satisfied with the answer?
I'm not convinced to an extent, actually. Right, Honourable Speaker, I wish to bring to the notice of the Minister that fishing along the coast in places like Axim means everything to the people. And that with all these plans as professed by her, the ban is still in place. So how long will we have to wait for us to push to ensure that this ban is lifted, as it would bring confidence in the sector? So can she give us a timeline where at least this ban will be over? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Minister, did you get the question?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I got the question very well. He's asking, when can the yellow card be lifted? Am I right? And the card doesn't stop the fishers from fishing, Mr. Speaker. The fishermen are still doing their fishing activities as expected without any restriction. The only thing is for them to stop the illegal activities, which we are working on. Thank you.
Very well. We now move to I hope you finish. Let him give you the last lot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask the Minister, what measures is the Ministry putting in place to ensure that all these policies and structures put in place are working? That's all. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, just respond to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, in my answers, I mentioned the measures, and maybe my colleague was not very attentive. I want to also repeat that some of the measures are the ministerial directives that no more bycatch of 15%, which they were doing. So from September till now, if you're going for fishing, you don't have to do any bycatch. And because of that, we are changing their fishing gears. Apart from that, we have also put in place plans to manage the fish stocks. We've also put observers on the vessels who are also observing the activities of the fishers. And we have the surveillance system, which is also monitoring them. So these are some of the measures we are putting in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the last lot to. But Honorable Kujotu, your constituency is not along the sea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Volta River goes through my constituency, and we do a lot of fishing. Actually, Tong means by the river. Yes. So, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture spoke of a new policy which Cabinet has just approved. I want to find out if the Honorable Minister can share that with us as members of Parliament, so we can all help her to monitor and to ensure that the policy is implemented successfully. So, are you able to make copies of the new policy to members of Parliament? That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Minister, I think you find time and let members have copies of the new policies, right? So you don't need to answer. Just take time to fetch members with some of the copies of the new policies. Minister, I hope you are going to let us have copies. Very well. So on that note, we will thank the Minister very much for attending upon the House to answer urgent questions from members. Honorable Minister, we thank you and you are hereby discharged. We will now move to the normal questions. We will begin with Honorable Minister for Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization, Honorable Dambuchi, and we will ask a member for Okaikwe South. A member for Okaikwe South, Ms. Dakua Newman, to ask the Minister her question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development what mechanisms the Ministry is putting in place to address the issue of houses constructed in waterways. which has resulted in serious flooding in many areas, especially around the Niamon Street in Okankwe South constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As part of government's efforts to address the issue of flooding across the country, Cabinet in June 2022 approved a number of measures to stop the indiscriminate physical development of structures in riparian buffers, waterways, lagoons, and wetlands, and also to demolish unauthorized structures in other unapproved areas in the country. The measures adopted included the realignment of the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, LUSPA, from the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation to the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. This is aimed at addressing the complex and intricate nature of the organizational structure of LUSPA, and also to enhance the functional efficiency of spatial planning activities at the local level. Mr. Speaker, the ministry began engagement with all fiscal planners and staff of West departments, commencing with Metropolitan, Municipal and District Accra region, and the Regional Community Council to discuss issues related to spatial planning with regard to flooding and erection of unauthorized structures, the challenges faced and steps that need to be taken to mitigate flooding in the region. In view of this, Honorable Speaker, you will note that some assemblies across the country in the Greater Kumasi and Greater Accra areas have taken steps to demolish buildings in waterways. In addition, the ministry has issued strong directives and guidelines to the NMDAs on spatial planning and management practices as stipulated in the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act 2016, Act 925, and the Land Use and Spatial Planning Regulations 2019, LI 2384, the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, and Land Act 2020, Act 1036, and the National Building Regulations 1996, LI 1630. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry also intends to engage various sections of the media and the general public to educate them and create greater awareness and understanding of the various provisions in the law with respect to this matter. The Ministry has cautioned all public officials that the Ministry will not hesitate to apply sanctions to all persons who fail to adhere to the land use and spatial planning laws. The Ministry also intends to work closely with all institutions to ensure better coordination and collaboration of efforts to address these challenges that cut across various institutions. Right, Honorable Speaker, regarding the issue of flooding in and around the Ni Amon Street within the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and within the constituency of the Honorable Member, the Ministry visited the affected area and engaged the Assembly on the matter. Records indicate that a team of engineers from the Roads Department of Accra Metropolitan Authority had decided to find a lasting solution to the perennial flooding in the area. The technical team observed that the street layout on the map corresponds with the street layout on the ground. However, the cause of the flooding on the street is as a result of a compound house located at the western end of the Ni Amon Street. Additionally, there is no outlet or outfall to drain off surface water, as all houses on the street are closely knit. To ascertain the logical location for a drainage outfall, spot heights of the street were taken. The results indicated that the lowest point for a possible discharge was at drainage which passed through one of the properties along the street. Right, Honorable Speaker, consequently, in order to remedy the perennial flooding issues, the Accra Metropolitan Authority has packaged the construction of drainage and roadworks for Ni Amon Street and the surrounding streets into a project pending the availability of funds. The cost of work is approximately 1 million Ghana cedis. It has also been recommended
that the section of the building which extends into the road be demolished to create enough space for a two-way traffic flow. Additionally, the property owner whose building is situated at the lowest point of the New Amon Street has agreed to the construction of the outfall of the drains through their property. But the Assembly is currently financially constrained to execute that. The said drain will be reinforced and covered in order to not to cause any inconveniences to the community members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Newman, is there any supplementary question you want to?
No, Mr. Speaker, no, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. According to her, there's no other supplementary question. He's fully satisfied with the answer. Yes. Offer, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answer of the minister, he indicates that in June 2022, Cabinet approved some measures, including the demolition of unauthorized structures. Can the minister tell this House some of the areas the Cabinet approved for demolition to take place? Thank you very much.
Former Minister for Local Government. Now, asking question. Honorable Minister, your predecessor is asking questions. Yes, leader.
Honorable Speaker, the answer is clear. A number of measures to stop the indiscriminate fiscal development of structures in riparian buffer waterways and all of that. Yes, when these measures are adopted, it gives instructions to the Ministry of Local Government, and LUSPA, main reason is that LUSPA, which used to be on the environment, is now on the local government. I will be surprised that my honorable colleague believes or even thinks that Cabinet will go ahead to pinpoint areas throughout the whole Ghana where such actions should be taken. Obviously, a broad framework of policy will be given, and for the ministry and assemblies to go to the details and implement them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Abraham.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Local Government indicates in the last paragraph of his response that there has to be a demolition. He says, if I can quote verbatim, it has also been recommended that a section of the building which extends into the road be demolished to create another space for the two-way traffic flow. Additionally, the property owner whose building is situated at the lowest point of the Ni Amon Street has agreed to the construction of the outfall of the drains through his or her property, but the Assembly is currently financially constrained to execute that. My question is, this demolition that has been recommended, what is the position of the ministry, and will it come at any cost? You said that the owner has agreed. Is there going to be compensation paid, or there is no compensation for that matter? Taxpayers will not be saddled with any consequential financial burden. That's my question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think we are talking of two different properties here. There's one which extends into the road, and then there is the other one where the outfall of the drains will pass through the property. So there are two different ones. The one where it passes through the property is like you do a drainage and you cover it, so that even though it passes through the property, it will not affect the property. That certainly should be at the full cost to be borne by the Ministry or the Assembly. But by the laws of the Local Governance Act and then the Land Use and Fisheries Act, if you actually build
in an area where you are not supposed to. In natural fact, you are supposed to be charged with the cost of demolition. That is the state of the law. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. We are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. Honorable members, we will turn to question 556. 556, and the question stands the member for Adaku, Honorable Kwame Abuja, to the Minister for Transport. Yes, leadership, majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Transport is unavoidably absent. I therefore seek your leave for the Deputy to answer on his behalf. Thank you.
Honorable Available Leader, it appears I saw the Minister, substantive Minister, in the chamber this morning.
Yeah, he's traveled. He just traveled.
So, if you say it's unavoidably,
he had to travel at 12.
He was here this morning.
Well, the unavailability kind of oscillates. So, if the president was available yesterday, it's possible that
this morning,
so that really is the sense of it. You know, that's how it oscillates, it vacillates. So this morning they were here, they vanished because of the urgency of it.
Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, actually, the minister was here. He thought the questions would be taken in the morning, but other exigencies of time has taken him outside. So the deputy minister is here. Answer the question.
The deputy minister is where, please? Honorable deputy minister, you may answer the following questions. So many questions. So you begin from Adaku. Adaku. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is in a committee meeting now, and he has asked me to ask the question on his behalf.
Yes, let's hear you.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport. 4 steps have been taken to develop an aviation training school for pilots, engineers, and cabin crew at the completed Ho Airport, as promised in the 2019 budget statement and economic policy of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Speaker, as it was rightly stated in the 2019 budget statement and economic policy of the government, the Ghana Airports Company Limited actually commenced engagement to partner with both public and private institutions on aviation training school, including the Air Force, Africa World Airlines, as well as a South African investor. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we could not proceed with the processes. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that the Ghana Airport Company Limited has again initiated process of securing a strategic partner in discussions of force and other private sector partners for the establishment of an aviation training school for pilots, engineers, and cabin crew. Mr. Speaker, the whole airport has therefore been identified for the above purpose as stated in the 2019 budget statement and economic policy of the government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the answer, but to find out from him where the negotiations have reached so far and how soon will this program take off. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Airports Company Limited has received proposals from different agencies. And as it is with some of these public procurement processes, they have to go through a certain procedure. One cannot be too sure about when the process will terminate. but I believe very strongly now that the aviation industry is picking up and then the numbers are rising, the interest in the sector will definitely rise, and I believe very soon we'll be reaching a conclusion. Financial decision points, I believe very strongly. I cannot be very specific about the dates because it's a whole process. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah, last question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister said, it involves cost. In the 2019 budget, I am sure some cost was to be borne. I want to find out from the Minister if there's any provision for this program in the 2023 budget. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a project that will be driven by the private sector in total. And so we have the facility, and it's the private sector that will inject the resources into the process. So it is in the airport company's budget for 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question 837. 837. And it stands in the name of a member for Pro East, Honorable Dr. Kwabradonko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister responsible for transport whether the Ministry has any plans of making the provision of life jackets a requirement for the registration of engine bulls on the voter link.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the provision of life jackets is a mandatory requirement for the licensing and registration of all vessels operating in our waters already. Life jackets essentially are personal flotation devices for persons engaged in activities whether in relation to their work or their leisure in or near water bodies. They are termed life-saving appliances as they provide a reasonable assurance of safety from drowning to a person who is immersed in water. The Ghana Maritime Authority has developed an inland waterway safety code which demonstrates the use of navigational safety devices such as life jackets and fires. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister is saying the provision of life jackets is a mandatory requirement for the registration of engine bulls, would the Minister confirm to this House whether this mandatory requirement is being implemented?
Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a very huge presumption that the law is being followed by the operators of the pontoons and then machine canoes on the lake and other water bodies. We believe very strongly that that is the case. Of course, that is not to say that there aren't people who are also in breach of the law, but when that is brought to our attention, the necessary action will be taken. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, your last question.
Mr. Speaker, I will want the Minister to contradict me, if he so chooses, as to whether the state-run voter lake transport operating ferries on the voter lake has life jackets even in those vessels. Mr. Speaker, they do not. So I am more surprised, and anybody from the voter lake catchment area will be very surprised to hear the Minister state in the hollow chambers of Parliament that it is mandatory for life jackets to be provided and that life jackets are being worn by operators or being provided by operators of sailing vessels, boats, ferries, pontoons, etc. on the Volta Lake. Mr. Speaker, I will want the if he will not, I will want him to go back and come and report accurately to this House. I want to state categorically that life jackets are not being worn. They are not being provided even by the state's own agency. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to tell me whether he still stands by his answer.
No. Anyway, Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I believe that the honorable member is giving us some indication that there's something illegal that is going on. I will take a cue from that and hopefully be able to give him additional information when the time comes. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Abdai, let me give you one.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, this year, in my constituency alone, bordering on with Afram Prince North, we've experienced about 6 lake disasters, and people perish because of non-availability of life jackets on the boat at the time of the accident. And I've looked at the provision that you reference in the answer, but the problem is that we didn't give a number as to the minimum requirement of life jackets a prospective boat owner who wants to register should declare or provide before the registration. We merely said that life jackets should be part of the registration process. We didn't give a number. So I want to find out from the Honorable Minister if by policy directive it could give a minimum number to be for boat owners. It is so critical that if you say life jackets, if the person has only one in an 80 capacity boat, he meets the requirement, but it will serve the purpose for which you want the life jackets to be on the boat. So life jackets are very, very material to travel and life on the lake now. So I want to find out from him if you consider indicating a number for these boat owners to have.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that every life matters. So when we say life jackets should be provided on the canoe, it means a life jacket for every passenger that is riding on the canoe. Because you cannot give maybe 3 or 4 life jackets for a canoe that has a carrying capacity of 20. In other words, you are saying 15 are expendables, and you can only save the life of 5. So every passenger is entitled to have, a life jacket when the person rides on the vessel. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 1100. Question 1100. And the question stands in the member for Karachi East. Honorable Wisdom Gates.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable,
Speaker.
let's hear you.
Thank you. I write to ask the Minister for Transport. What immediate plans the Ministry has to develop an airport in Namai, the Oti regional capital, to open up the region for trade and tourism? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the government policy is to have at least 1 airport in each region. We currently have airports in 5 regions. Greater Accra, we have the Kotoka International Airport. Ashanti, we have the Kumasi Airport. Northern, the Tamale Airport. Bono, the Sunyani Airport. And Upper West, the Wa Airport. The Takoradi Airport in the Western region is classified as military airport operated by the Ghana Air Force. The National Airport Systems Plan of 2014 was to guide the development of airports in the then 10 regions of Ghana. Now that the regions have increased to 16, the Ministry is in the process of reviewing the plan to cover the new regions, and since Gambaya is in the new Oti region,
it will be considered in the review of the National Airport Systems Plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Wisdom, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his vivid explanation. But want to find out from him, when will the ministry be done with the review process for that is the National Airport System Plan of the plan for the OT region to also get their fair share of this, as other regions have also got in the district. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is relying on the Ghana Airport Company Limited and the technical experts from that area. They haven't given us any indication as to time yet. As soon as they do, we will let you know. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Gidisu, may we take your second substantive question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you the opportunity. He has other substantive questions.
Okay.
Honorable Gidisu, hold on. Let him give the senior man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the answer by the Minister, there are plans to develop airports throughout the country. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, does it include the newly created regions and, for that matter, an airport for Sahiyu also? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I will read some portions of the answer again. Now that the regions have increased to 16, the ministry is in the process of reviewing the plan to cover the new regions. And since Dambai is in the new OT region, I think that if we take out Dambai, you can put Sefiwi also, and that answers your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Gidisu, may you take your second substantive question, please?
Thank
question
you.
1270. 1270.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Transport whether the ministry has any plans to supply motorcycles at subsidized prices to the youth in the crisis constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the ministry has no mandate to supply motorbikes at subsidized prices. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Can the minister suggest to this House the agencies or ministry responsible for this youth empowerment program? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for us at the ministry, the first duty that we have imposed on ourselves is to look at our mandate. We have examined our mandate very thoroughly, and we have searched very far and near. We couldn't find any remote possibility of us engaging in this venture. And I'll be happy if the honorable colleague can redirect his question to the appropriate agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Gidisu, you may take your third substantive question. Question 1271. 1271.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I write to ask the Minister for Transport whether the ministry has any plans to supply life jackets to fisher folks and engine boat operators in the Kratchis constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that the Ministry of Transport does not supply life jackets to fisher folks and engine boat operators. However, the provision of life jackets and other life-saving appliances is the sole responsibility of vessel owners for use by operators of the vessels, passengers, and commuters as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, in his answer, he said the ministry has no mandate. So, I want to know the intervention you make as a ministry to save lives on the river. As you just said, you have no mandate. What we think is falls directly under your ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So as a ministry, we give policy directions to the Ghana Maritime Authority, as by law established. And the Maritime Authority is the regulatory agency for operations in the inland waterways, as you have alluded to. So Ghana Maritime Authority is the enforcement agency, so they enforce, but they do not enforce in a vacuum. They enforce when they are seized with information. Mr. Speaker, decision-making is a function of information, so GMA will be able to assist if they are given the necessary information, and then they will be able to enforce the standards that they have put in operation along the inland waterways. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we those from Oti region, Volta region, along the banks, we are so particular about this life jacket issue, simply because most of these tree stumps have been removed. Mr. Speaker, when they get accident, they find it difficult to even get hold to any anything that they can get hold of. That is a problem that they have. That is why we are so particular about this life jacket, to ensure that the ministry intervene in this process, because it's difficult. Most of these boat operators, they don't adhere strictly to most of these rules or guidance that we give them. That is why we are so particular. So you should assure us and ensure that we also intervene into this and assure this how, so that people on this list can also be saved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by my colleague is very well acknowledged. Indeed, it is not just the people of the Oti region. Myself, I patronize, the Dambai crossing all the time when I'm coming from my constituency through the Volta region. And then I also do the Makango Yeji as well. So any of us could find ourselves in that situation. So the concerns are very well noted, and then we will give policy directions to assist in that regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we turn to question 1274. Question 1274. It stands in the name of a member for Akan, Honorable Yao Gomado. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask Minister for Transport what plans the government has to pay the Regional Maritime University its shares of membership contribution due the university development project for 2020.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Regional Maritime University, RMU, is governed and managed by 5 member countries in West and Central Africa, namely Cameroon, the Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. The university is principally run by financial contributions and fees paid by the students. Most of the infrastructure in the university was provided by the government of Ghana by virtue of being the host country. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to inform this august House that since the university became a regional institution, Ghana has been the largest contributor of infrastructure and other amenities to date. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is in discussion with the appropriate authorities to pay Ghana's outstanding membership contribution to the Regional Maritime University by early 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Gomado.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, from the response of the minister is implying that these 4 other membership countries barely contribute anything significantly to the university in terms of infrastructure and other amenities. However, their nationals end up mostly occupying the top managerial position and eventually pay in foreign exchange. Does your ministry have any plans to allow Ghana to solely govern and manage this university as it used to be, since the university has proven to be self-sufficient through the support from the government and internal generating funds generated? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, so you are right when you say Ghana pays substantial amounts. Ghana actually pays 60%, and the remaining 40% is shared among the 4 countries, 11, 9, and then 10 apiece. So Ghana, apart from the contribution, we also provide the infrastructure. So it's a very good observation that you make, that in view of the fact that Ghana is paying the elephant share of the maintenance of the university, Ghana should as well just take over. We were there before, where it was Regional Maritime Academy, before we got involved with other countries, in line with the maritime organizations from West and Central Africa. So the Regional Maritime University is also a part of the superstructure of the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa, and that's how come you find Cameroon inside there. It's an arrangement that is supposed to assist us to collaborate, share perspectives in the West Africa and then the Central African region. If the decision becomes necessary for us to take over the running of the university, then we have to come by way of legislation, as was done when we had other partners to support us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Gomado, you may take 1275 as a substantive question.
Mr. Speaker, I have one supplementary question to ask with regards to that very question, if you could permit me to do.
Take the substantive question you may ask as we move on.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
If you are disorganized, ask your supplementary question.
Let me do that. Thank you once again. Can the ministry give his assurance that the appropriate authorities will pay Ghana's outstanding membership contribution to the Regional Maritime University by early next year, as being specific on his answer?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. At the last board meeting of the Regional Maritime University held in Freetown, Sierra Leone, the mechanism for dues to be paid was rightly discussed, and the outstanding bills for all the countries was also looked at. Some amount of the outstanding bills were written off, and for all countries to be able to make their payments within the first quarter. So it's just not applicable to Ghana, but it's to Liberia, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Cameroon as well. And so the agencies in the maritime sector are solely responsible for, supporting the ministry to pay Ghana's contribution to the fees. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Gomado, you may now take the substantive question 1275.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Transport the status of the 152 million apportioned to the Maritime University from the 400 million loan agreement signed with South Korea and the Economic Development Corporation Fund framework in November 2020. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana is seeking an amount of $146 million from the government of Korea through the Korea Exim Bank under the Economic Development Corporation, EDCF, to implement the modernization of the Regional Maritime University project, and not $152 million
as stated in the question. The project scope involves the supply of a training vessel, infrastructure work, simulators, educational equipment, and training, among others. My ministry is currently working with the Ministry of Finance and the Korea Exim Bank on the EDCF loan application processes. The Ministry of Finance is currently waiting for the draft loan agreement for review and follow-up action. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Akan, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his correction in the figure, even though it will interest him to know that last week I was in the said university and the figure of 152 million still holds. I would like to find out from the Minister if this money is a loan or a grant. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The last sentence of my answer, I would like to reiterate, if you permit me. The Ministry of Finance is currently waiting for the draft loan agreement for review and follow-up action. So it is a loan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My final supplementary question to the Minister is to find out how long this loan application process is expected to take.
May you take the question again?
I want to find out from the Minister how long this loan application process is expected to take.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in September or so thereabouts, the officials of the Korea Exim Bank were in Ghana for an inception meeting on this particular facility. Now, the information that they take away, they have to go and process and then do their necessary due diligence before they revert to us. So we are entirely in their hands, and then when they revert, we'll take the necessary steps from there. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have no further question for the Minister.
Very well. So we move to question 1401. Question 1401. Dr. Nyako, why have you today moved up? Why? You shifted from your seat?
Deputy Leader asked me.
You are now a variable leader.
Yes, please.
Okay, ask your question. It's part of it. Okay, then Honorable Dr. Nyako, go to your seat and no, available leader, let him go and ask the question from his seat. Yes, Honorable Member for Kadaso, you may ask that question 1401. 1401.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport the expected completion date of the Kumasi Airport. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister, when are you completing the Kumasi Airport?
Thank you very much. I see that Mr. Speaker is an interested party in this question. Mr. Speaker, the Kumasi Airport project is being undertaken in phases. Phase 1 has been completed, whilst phases 2 and 3 are nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, the estimated dates for the completion of the project are as follows. Handing over of the terminal building, 30th January 2023. handing over of the runway extension, 31st March 2023, handover of control tower and fire station, 31st May 2023. The total completion of the project is on 30th June 2023, effectively 6 months away. Mr. Speaker, once the terminal has been handed over, it will be operationalized soon thereafter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Dr. Nyako, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the progress being made on the Kumasi Airport. Interestingly, the various phases the minister gave definitive timelines, but when it came to the operationalization, he said soon after. When is this soon after? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister. How soon is this soon after?
Mr. Speaker, whilst these processes are ongoing, the handing over of the tower, control tower, fire station, and runway, and so on and so forth, the Ghana Airport Company will also be engaging in some simulation exercise to test run some, flights at the airport, and also to test their software to ensure that the software are accurately working for check-in and so on and so forth, and also for the use of the control tower. Mr. Speaker, the control tower that we have right now would be demolished, including the existing terminal building. So what it means is that we have to get the new control tower up and running before we'll be able to do the commissioning. So give and take, when we do the final handing over 30th June and everything is under control as planned, Mr. Speaker, the commissioning will be done immediately. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Member for Kadaso, any supplementary question?
Yeah, so I have a very keen interest in this. So, according to my good friend, the Honorable Minister, soon after is not immediately. I would like him to give us a time frame. For example, within 2 months or 3 months. Then we know that we can put our feet on something. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that operationalization here, my colleague wants us to limit it to commissioning or the use of the airport. If it is the use of the airport, by that time the airport will be in operation. So by operationalization, it's a procedure. So you start one flight and then you test run the equipment and see whether everything is under control, to see whether Ghana Meteorological Agency is having the necessary communication with aircrafts along that corridor, and to also see whether Ghana Civil Aviation Authority is able to find aircrafts and to be able to see the entire. Now the apron is going to be extended to the left of the terminal building. Now we need to be sure that all of these works are done before we'll be able to have it done completely. As an international airport also, you necessarily have to have a clinic or a medical facility along that place. We may not be able to have one, but we can use the Kofanochi Teaching Hospital, just like we are using 37 Military Hospital to support Kotika International Airport. So when all of these things are done, I believe operationalization becomes just a nomenclature. We would have been operating the place all the same. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The owner of the question, I hope you exhausted your supplementary questions.
Yes, please, I'm fine. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated in the answer that handing over of the terminal will be done, handover of the runway extension will also be done, handover of control tower and fire station will also be done before the total completion. So, Speaker, I'm sure that each of the handing over costs will be incurred. State resources will be spent. Taxpayers' money will be spent. One project Why split the handing over into 4? Why don't you do only one handing over and minimize cost? Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Leader is suggesting that every handover will come with the pomp and pageantry, and it comes at the cost to the state. Handing over is handing over. It doesn't necessarily have to be pomp. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because we haven't given any details of what the handing over will look like. So I think we have to wait for the right time, and then we can ask the right questions. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Leader, I have not called you. You haven't.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll call you, but before then, let me indulge all of you. The time has gone past 2 o'clock, and I'll ask you to permit me to extend the sitting hours beyond the normal hours. So, Honorable Deputy Leader, let me come back to you.
Thank you very much. Is the Minister giving assurance to this House that these handing overs will not cost any money to the state?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the handing over will be done in accordance with the existing practice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
My question is, are you giving assurance to the House, for that matter, the people of Ghana, that the handing over will not cause any cost to the state? Because I said each of the 4 handing overs will come with a cost. Why don't you do only one handing over? And he says that it will not cost, it's just a handing over. I don't know whether it's the handing over of the key or whatever. Is it giving assurance to the House that the handing over will not cost any money? You will not spend any money? Please, it's important. Unless you don't want to save state money.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so there are 2 things here. Is it the handing over, the pomp that the leader is alluding to, or is expenditure on the part of the state? Now, some of these handing over, sometimes when anything, is the contractor who even take charge of the expenses relating to such handing over. So let's not second guess the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I'm not giving you opportunity again to speak.
Last one. I take it from the minister's answer that he's saying that the contractors will foot the bill of the handing over. The state will not spend money. That's what you just said. If that is all what you said, then answer my question. Is the state spending money for the handing over? Please answer.
Honorable Deputy Minister, are you minded to respond to his question?
Mr. Speaker, if we are going to do this handing over, and then the minister has to move from Accra to Kumasi, for instance, that becomes a cost to the state. We need to go and then inspect the site. Mr. Speaker, currently as we speak, we have gone to the site with the members of the Committee on Roads and Transports. And before we do the final handing over, we would have to go there with them again. Now, all of these things, I'm sure, comes at the cost to the state. So, like I said, let's take it easy. When the time comes, we'll decide.
Very well. Yeah. Is it a foot? Yes, Autu West, eh? Is that not Autu West?
Autu Senya West.
Autu Senya West, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Transport. So finally, what's the total cost of the Kumasi terminal and what's the cost per square meter?
Honorable, do you have the figures? Honorable member, you may file a special question if you are desirous to get the figures. He's not here for the figures. So if you want to get the figures, a special question for that. Yes. On that note, we will bring question time to a close, And on behalf of the House, I would like to thank the Deputy Minister who stood in for the substantive minister for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. Honorable Deputy Minister, we thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Honorable members, I think you agree with me that I can take some rest and ask my boss to take the chair. So, whilst the first Deputy Speaker is taking the chair, we will
Actually, I thought when you said that you kind of thing, I thought you were bringing it to a close. I didn't realize that you were asking.
We have other business to do.
Say it again.
We have other business to do.
So you are not.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable KT, I don't know whether he's the new leader of the House, because he's seated on the majority leader's chair. At the conclave this morning, we agreed that after the question, we'll take public accounts committee reports. So you are not there. Maybe it was after that the reshuffle was done. So we'll continue to take the report. We are taking the public account report.
Yes, if I may be guided by the House.
My understanding is that you can take motion number 9. I think that will just about be it. After that, OVH.
Yes, you may move your motion now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report. Speaker, I'll read portions of the report and ask the Hansa capture the entire report
for Common Fund
as having been read. So, Speaker, this report was laid in the House on 21st June 2022 and referred to the Public Accounts Committee. The committee is very grateful to all the regional ministers and their representatives and the MMDC for their cooperation and support during the committee's public hearing. The purpose of this audit by the Auditor General was to express his opinion on the financial statement of the Metropolitan Municipal and District Assemblies as to activities and expenditures were done in conformity with the existing public financial management regulations and guidelines that governs the general administration of the assemblies and the utilization of the Assembly's Common Fund. So, Speaker, the findings of the Auditor General relate to cash irregularities, procurement and stores irregularities, tax irregularities, and contract irregularities. Overall, the overall impact of the irregularity amounted to 124.8 million Ghana cedis, as compared to 120 million Ghana cedis in 2018. So, Speaker, the report disclosed that 14 assemblies disbursed more than 10% of their District Assembly Common Fund allocation, amounting to 5.183 million Ghana cedis on administrative expenses, contrary to Part 1 of the 2019 guideline for the utilization of the District Assembly Common Fund. The Auditor General recommended to the Assembly to refund the excess expenditure from their IGF account to the DACF account. However, it was uncovered during the committee hearing that all the assemblies had failed to comply with the recommendation of the Auditor General. The committee disclosed that most of the assembly disbursed the funds to deal with emerging security issues in assembly, partly due to the failure on central government to provide seed money for the newly established assemblies, thereby compelling them to finance administrative expenses related to setting up of the basic security structures needed for the smooth takeoff of the assemblies. Additionally, many of the assembly also rely on the common fund to finance recurrent expenditure due to poor IGF performance in their districts. The names of the districts are captured on page 9 of the report. The committee urges the assemblies to ensure strict compliance with the guidelines on the utilization of the common fund. The committee again recommends that the assemblies involved should reimburse the DACF with 50% of the subsequent administrative expenditure allocation from the common fund until the excess expenditure is refunded. The committee further urges the Ministry of Local Government. The committee further urges the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization to reimburse all the newly created DACF to finance the administrative expenses. District assemblies with the required seed fund to reduce the over-reliance on the DACF to finance the administrative expenses. The committee again is recommending to government, here the Minister of Local Government, to consider reviewing the 10% allocation for administrative expenses towards administrative expenses to review it upwards to 20%. This is our conclusion. The committee's deliberations reveal a lot more weaknesses in the internal control system and blatant disregard for Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921, Public Financial Management Regulation, as well as procurement laws, among others, of the Assembly. The committee therefore recommends to all the MMDAs to uphold and act in accordance with the Public Financial Management Regulations, as well as the procurement laws of the Republic. The committee was of the view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represent the financial transactions that took place in the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assembly in the year 2019. Therefore, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the utilization, management and utilization of the District Assembly Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2019 in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Yes, acting ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for this House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the management and utilization of the District Assembly Common Fund and other statutory funds for 2019. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to draw the attention of the House to page 6 of the committee's report, and in paragraph 7.2. It's instructive to, despite the irregularities as outlined in the Auditor General's report, i.e. the cash irregularities, the store and procurement irregularities, tax irregularities. It is instructive to note, Mr. Speaker, that 79.48%, that is about 29 million out of the 37 million infractions, as captured in the report, has been recovered at the time of our meeting. We urge the various assemblies to ensure that we near either 90 or even 100% of recovery for these infractions. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at page 8.2, you realize that there's been overutilization of the District Assembly Common Fund on administrative expenses. Mr. Speaker, clearly you would see that most of these assemblies disburse the funds to deal with emerging security issues in the district, partly due to the failure of central government to provide seed money for the newly established assemblies, thereby compelling them to fall on the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that we seek clarity on this matter, that the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Interior must come very clear on this matter. We want to find out if it is the duty of the assemblies to provide for these security services, especially in times of emergency, so that these infractions do not find itself in the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, if you are to go to paragraph 8.9 on page 14, it borders on abandoned and delayed projects, which amounts to some 50 plus Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, you realize that most of the assemblies have taken steps to continue the abandoned projects, but there are some more that needs attention. For instance, if you are to look at Esunafu North, you realize that 5 of these abandoned projects are currently ongoing, 2 have been terminated and re-awarded, and 10 of these projects remain abandoned. Mr. Speaker, on our side, we feel that the Ministry of Local Government must urge these district assemblies to either terminate such contracts and re-award them, so that we see the completion and utilization of these projects, so that it does not cause financial loss to the states. With this view, as Mr. Speaker, I second the motion ably moved by my chairman. Thank you very much.
Members, the motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the report, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Auditor General on the management and utilization of the District Assembly's Common Fund is hereby adopted. Yes, available leader. Very well. Motion number 10.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful because we should be able to clear all my report before the estimates start coming, so that I don't struggle with them. So I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report again. Hence, I should capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I read some few portions. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the audit undertaken by the Auditor General was done in accordance with Article 187 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General is doing the audit or undertaking the audit to express his opinion on whether the accounts of the pre-university educational institutions had been properly kept, whether all public monies collected had been fully accounted for and the applicable laws, the rules and regulations and procedures are sufficient to provide an effective check on assessment, collection, and proper allocation of revenue. Whether the financial activities of the institutions had been undertaken in due regard to economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, the committee realized that the findings of the Auditor General mainly centered on irregularity in relation to cash procurement, tax, and contracts. And the total amount, the committee noted that the irregularity uncovered by the Auditor General increased from 12.7 million in 2018 to 23.49 million in 2019, representing 84.28% increase. The detailed analysis of the 2018 and 2019 irregularities are captured in Table 1 on page 4 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that most of the institutions had complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. At the time of the committee sitting, affected institutions had either regularized the transactions or refunded monies spent without due regard to laid down regulations. A total amount of 18.147 million or 77.60% out of the total infraction of 23.385 million was resolved, leaving a balance of 5.237 million or 22.40% unresolved. It is worth to note that many of the irregularities were resolved after the institutions concerned were summoned before the Public Accounts Committee, and the details of the status of 2019 irregularities is captured on page 7 of the report. There were unresolved irregularities which the committee observed and appropriate recommendations from page 7 to page 24. Conclusion. The committee observed a lot of weaknesses in the internal control system in the schools' administrations and a continuous blatant disregard for Public Financial Management Act. The committee therefore recommends to all pre-tertiary educational institutions to uphold and act in accordance with the Public Financial Management Regulations, as well as the procurement laws of the Republic of Ghana. The committee again recommends to the Ministry of Education to intensify its monitoring activities to ensure that management of the institutions cited by the Auditor General fully implements all the recommendations in the committee's report and submit status report to the committee in accordance with Section 86 of the Public Financial Management Act of Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee was of the considered view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represented the financial transactions that took place in the pre-university educational institutions in the 2019 financial year. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, acting ranking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the motion as moved by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for this House to adopt the public accounts of Ghana pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 2019, December 31st. Mr. Speaker, without wasting much time, I want to draw the attention of the House to paragraph 8.2 on page 8, which talks about college revenue collected by YOCO. Mr. Speaker, we noticed that YOCO failed to refund an amount of 8,645 Ghana cedis, an amount they recovered from some staff of the Ola Training College of Education in contravention of the Regulation 46 of the Public Financial Management Regulations. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General recommended the recovery of the amount from YOCO and pay same to the college's account. But at the time of our meeting, we realized that YOCO has failed to refund these monies to these institutions that need this money to run some administrative duties at their end. Mr. Speaker, well, I think my chairman has said it all, and I second the motion as moved. Thank you.
All members, motion moved and seconded. Yes, Honorable Member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in the portion in 7.1 overstatement, where the committee noted that the total value of irregularities in the report was overstated by 107,171.82 Ghana cedis. This brings the total infraction down to 23,385,286. The issue I want to draw attention to is why the overstatement? Who are the people who went to do the auditing? It brings to question the quality of staff that the Auditor General sends out. Because when an auditor goes to look at the records of institutions, they are expected to be as accurate as possible. In fact, the motto of the Institute of Chartered Accountants is accuracy and integrity. Now, when they make reports and state huge figures as being areas of infraction, see, the problem is that the public thinks that so much has been stolen or misapplied. So if that impression is given by the people who go to audit these institutions, can overstate the infractions, it means that we are giving wrong information to the general public. So I would just urge that the Auditor General should say who can do the proper auditing job and give accurate reports, so that we from outside will not be complaining of the huge losses that they turn out in their reports. It's giving bad name to our institutions. I think the PAC will do this when they next meet the Auditor General's team about the work that they do. I thank you.
Other members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Item 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, technical universities and polytechnics for the period ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I present the report. And again, the Hansa should capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the audit was undertaken in accordance with Article 187 of the Constitution of Ghana. And the Constitution mandates the Auditor General to audit accounts of all public offices and report to Parliament. The purpose of the audit was to enable the Auditor General to express his opinion on the level of compliance with operations and activities of the technical universities. Mr. Speaker, significant Auditor General in the report related to tax, cash, outstanding loan and advances, payroll, procurement, store and contract irregularities. And in all, contract and outstanding loan debtors irregularities constituted 86.97% and 6.68% respectively, contributing to about 93.65% of the irregularities identified by the audit. And the summary of that is captured on page 3 of the report. Again, Mr. Speaker, there was error in the report that resulted in overstatement of a certain figure, which is supposed to be 45,355, was captured at 45,355,000. The Speaker, that resulted in some correction, that the actual amount in the report should be 7.3 million instead of 56.886 million. So we have done that correction. Now, the committee noted that more than half of the irregularities uncovered by the Auditor General had been addressed by the institutions prior to their appearance before the committee. At the time of the committee sitting, the affected technical universities and had either regularized their transactions or refunded monies with regard to the laid down regulations. It was noted, however, that many of the institutions resolved the irregularities after they were invited to appear before the committee. The committee also observed that a total amount of 70.9 million, representing 58.54% out of the total irregularity of 121 million, were resolved. And the unresolved ones are captured in the report with our recommendations. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. The committee recommends to the management of these institutions to implement all the recommendations captured in the committee's report and further report to Parliament in accordance with Section 88 of the Public Financial Management Act. The committee, having thoroughly examined the report, recommend to the House to adopt its reports with the recommendations in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Yes, Acting Ranking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for this House to adopt the Public Accounts Committee Technical Universities and Polytechnics for 2019. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I wish to draw the attention of the House to paragraph 8.12 on page 6 of the report, which talks about stored debt fund projects, which amount to some 4,118,658 56 Ghana cedis. You realize in our report that for a particular project at Tamale Technical University, at the end of the report, it came to light that 5 debt fund projects, which are at the various stages of completion, for which a total amount of some 4 million, representing 72.9% of the total project cost, has been spent, remains abandoned, and it's of great worry. The worry is that, Mr. Speaker, a review of the project documents reveal that a total amount of 5 million is now needed to complete the project instead of the 1 million, 1.5 million as needed. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, anytime we delay projects, anytime we abandon projects, the cost multiplies. And it is something that as a state we need to critically look at. I mean, if we are not ready or the funds are not ready to start the project, we should not touch it at all. Because clearly this would amount to causing financial loss, especially when the contractors will be unwilling to complete the projects with over 1.5 million as stated in the report. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 8.13, these institutions are running programs without the proper accreditation, and 91% is quite worrying. We are urging the universities to, as it were, quickly take steps to seek accreditations for programs that they run on their various campuses. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to bring to your attention an incident that happened in Koforidua Technical Universities, where some students' fees could not be accounted for, and the amount is about 620,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, in this day and age, students are made to pay fees via banks. So I wonder why in these universities, in these technical universities, accountants still receive cash payments, and it is expected that they deposit same into school accounts. I mean, students should be made to pay into accredited account at a commercial bank that is well known. And I think once this is done, we'll do away with this practice. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I second the motion as moved by my chairman. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, in presenting the report, the chairman of the committee indicated that by the time they went to do the review of the Auditor General's report, some infractions were corrected, some monies were refunded. It means that in reality, when the Auditor General reports that they are seeing some infraction amounting to a certain amount, certain figure, the following year, they take steps to correct those and recover some of the monies. But if they don't state this clearly in the following year's report, we who are readers from outside continue to hold that in our mind, that 4 billion is lost, 5 billion is stolen. But in reality, some of these monies are recovered. And it gives bad name not only to the people who are in authority, but to the entire country. Because there are people from other areas also reading these reports. Sometimes we get up and say that, oh, if we had recovered all those stolen monies, we wouldn't go to some place to go and borrow. So I want to recommend very strongly that the Auditor General, in his format of reporting, should create a column every year to report to us how much of the irregularities which they covered in the previous year have been remedied. so as to assuage our feelings, so as to convey to the public that all is not lost. Not all that they reported was lost. We should know how much has been recovered and how much is outstanding. Then the audit committees, which are now being formed according to in line with Section 88 of the PFM Act, they can now concentrate on tackling those which are outstanding. But not just that, oh, 4 million is lost, and we all go to town, we go to press and shout house, and then nothing comes out of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'm very pleased at the comment of the honourable member for Whole Central. I think I've raised this before. Some of the headlines suggest a loss of money. But when you read the report, it's actually only reporting on not applying the rule. But there's no record or evidence that as a result of not applying the rule, some money was lost. But they nevertheless put the money there, a figure. Procuring without going through the proper procurement rules, and they put the figure there. There's no evidence that there was no value for money. Just that instead of going from A to B, you passed C before you went to B. So that figure was not necessary. But that is what will be discussed, as if indeed money has been lost. I think you should look at that reporting style again. Anyway, so at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the report. Say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the report of the Public Accounts Committee dated on the technical investees for the financial year ending 31st December 2019.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the House.
Very well, honourable members. The House is adjourned till Thursday, December 8th, 2022, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honourable members, shall we pray?
Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of states with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the wills of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let me invite you to item number 4. Item number 4, correction of votes of proceedings and official report. Votes and proceedings and official report. We will begin with votes and proceedings. We'll start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5, page 6, page number 7, page number 8,
chart stopper and a trendsetter, and undoubtedly the hottest artist in Ghana currently. In his early 20s, he has been able to chalk back-to-back success, and it's something that is rare in our entertainment industry. The whole world is singing his praises, but if I want to keep talking about this gentleman, I'll go on and on and on, and I might not finish. Let's take this quick breather. When we come back, I'll unravel my guest for you. This is Talkatainment, and I'm yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. If you just joined in, this is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the new Artist of the Year at the just ended Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. We have here the Sad Boys president. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Blacko.
Yeah, 100%.
You're welcome.
Blessings.
Hey.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're
Bless.
welcome. Charlie,
Bless.
the
And love to
bola,
you, man.
the bola dressing, no, it's part of your branding because most times me who are not the trousers.
the oversized.
Yeah.
I'm just how come bola.
Say bola trousers, Anna.
Oh yeah, oversized, yeah.
I don't. Say Obi say like people are saying that you're slim in tea.
But you know sometimes I thought I'm share skinny ones too.
Me skinny jeans that.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm in positive. I'm sure. I check me Insta and the I'm sure I say I post my
Hey,
casual.
you must say. But how many tattoos do you have?
If I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces.
And what are they?
Yeah, these are the flames. And these are bats. And this crocodile travel.
Okay.
And this tell my mother I love her. And this is the mountain goat.
Why that?
Yeah?
Why that?
Perseverance, man. Mountain goat. Climb any circumstances, climbing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how are you handling the fame so far?
I'm chilling, man. I've been chilling from time. Yeah, and making music. Yeah, I think that's the fun part of it.
Is it getting to you? Did you expect it in the first place?
In what way? Getting to me in what way?
Like, are you overwhelmed with the fame?
Overwhelmed? No.
You are not? It's not too much for you?
No. I don't let it be too much for me. Yeah. You know, because it's all about balance. Everything is all about balance. I try. We all try to balance everything, you understand?
Okay. Yeah. Is that why you are not really active? I don't want to say you're not active on social media, but you don't really get into the social media space that much.
Yeah.
Is it because you don't want to be reading all sorts of things and, you know...
You know, so social media, yeah, I think the drama makes it fun. And I'm not much into drama. Yeah.
Because you want to protect your mental space.
Yeah, you understand. The drama makes it fun, trust me. Nothing about it.
Okay.
People learn. Me, I grew up on social media, trust me. Yeah, I grew up on the internet.
When the energy was gravitating towards you about, you know, the whole buzz, you know it. Everybody loves Blacko.
Yeah.
What did you do to bring your fans closer to you?
I think I made the music, made so much to them. And I think they found Black Sheriff, like, they went behind the music too. Some went behind the music too. Like, because people, trust me, people relate to my music different ways. Trust me.
I mean,
you know,
personally,
someone texts me like, bro, I swear to God, this song you dropped saved me, bro. Bro, God bless you, bro. Someone if he texts me like, bro, this song is raging, bro, this song is messing up here. Like the boys are you see, yeah. So like it's like that. So that's why I feel like it all depends on the emotions and like what I put inside. I think I put in with my opinion, what I think I put inside the music. Because like I think one time I should tape how I make music and like put it out on YouTube or something. You understand? How I make music is like, you see me putting myself in that. You understand? Like giving my all in that.
Okay, you are making music.
Yeah.
Very, very solid music. Yeah. But I think from my own perspective, I think you are not interacting with the fans as you should. Do you agree to that?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
think you are just focused on the craft.
On the craft.
Yes. What about
and I'm
your
not
fan
interacting
base?
To the fans.
Yes.
I do.
Do you have a fan base?
Yeah. I have people who love my music.
Do you have a solid fan base? Like Sack Nation, Beam Nation? Do you have one?
You know, Sack Nation has been here for 10 years.
I know. I'm just using that as an example for you.
Let's see. I just pulled up. People started loving my music. I started finding my ways and finding my balances. So let's see, bro.
There have been arguments. Some people say you are A-list artist. Some people say you are a hot artist. How do you see yourself? Which category do you fall in?
Well, I don't categorize myself. I'm an artist.
Okay, you have to choose between the two, hot or A-list.
Hot or A-list?
Yes. Are you the hottest artist now?
I don't believe in all. I don't believe in them categories.
Why don't you?
I don't know why, but I don't believe in categorizing artists. Everyone is unique in their own ways. You know, you see, these A-list and categories things you do are like things that we create in our head. And we think this is, you think this is, you think this is. Someone, same A-list and things, someone has different A-list and things in his head, you understand? There are things that we create in our head. This is hot, this is this, this is this, this is this. But in all, they are all artists.
If you are saying this, then it means you're putting someone like Sarkodie and Sefa on the same scale.
I mentioned Sarkodie, I don't mention Sarkodie.
No, I'm not saying you are mentioning, but Sarkodie is...
Brother, trust me, that's what you think it is.
Okay.
Somebody no go think like that. Yeah, trust me. It's all opinions.
Let's move away from this. Yeah. When people compare you to the likes of Samini, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy and co, how do you feel? How does that make you feel?
Well, if they are being disrespectful, that like it no need safe. You understand? Trust me, because people that really love me, that like go out on social media like, yo, go stream Sheriff's music, this. They don't do that. People that need their retweets and likes, like I've been telling you, man, will just do something to like make it sensitive for people to give it like their retweets and like get people to react back to what like his negative things that he's putting out, to get people to react saying to that. You understand? And I don't believe in that.
Talk about retweets. There have been complaints that you don't retweet
I do.
DJs.
If I hop on Twitter, anytime I get on Twitter, I do retweet anything. Are you sure? But I don't be on Twitter every time.
Camido retweeted your song recently.
Yeah.
He didn't get a response.
Camido?
Yeah. On Twitter.
Charlie, one or two them pretty down for
complaints and radio stations.
I've just not been on. Trust me. I know why I've not been on Twitter, man. See, you man don't know how that. I wish you would feel like.
I'm saying all this because
trust me, you hop on social media. I go on social media. For different kinds of things. You go, you see your things, your heels and stuff, your distance, you screenshots and you understand. Now I pull up, I see Bearman pouring out there like that negative stuff about me and stuff. So you think I'm that, you think I'll be that this thing to be. Trust me, that's what I try to tell you. I've just been finding. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Trust me, I'm finding my balance in that. Trust me, because right now I'm at the point of if I don't take care of myself, I'll lose myself to like something. You understand? But you wouldn't. I wouldn't love to lose myself, because if I lose myself, I lose my music, I lose my everything.
You're certainly not going to lose yourself.
Yeah,
but let's look at this long-term effect.
I'm just giving you like
I get it. I totally get it. Yeah. But let's look at this long-term effect. Don't you think that when you don't mobilize your fans now, and you don't interact with them... Don't you think
I interact with my fans? Because I feel like I do interact with them, man, a lot.
Not as it should, because now it's like,
Not as it should?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
You should. So that one day we'll not hear on the airwaves that you people have not been promoting my works enough, as some of the A-list artists are saying now. That's just why.
Hop on my Twitter from 2019. I never complain about nothing.
Okay. So do you have an EP or album coming up?
My tape is coming soon, very soon.
Tape?
Yeah.
What's
Could
that?
be an EP, could be an LP, could be an album, but it's a tape. It's coming.
Your outfit at the VGMAs.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah, thank you.
It was
Thank
really
you.
nice.
Appreciate it.
But there were concerns about the color. You heard about it, right?
Yeah.
MTN and Vodafone clash, sort of. What's your opinion about it? Yeah.
Oh, me, I didn't know about it. They didn't. Did they give any color codes? I'm not sure.
But you heard about the discussions. What's your take on it? Do you think you didn't know about it?
What were the discussions? Brief me about it.
Oh, I should brief you.
Yeah.
You must have heard it.
Brief me about it.
You wore a yellow color, which stands for MTN, on a Vodafone event.
Which stands for MTN? To you, yellow color doesn't stand for MTN.
That was a discussion.
There.
On the airwaves.
That's to them man to decide. Because yellow, there wasn't no MTN too.
And the keke that you were in.
Yeah.
The number plate.
The keke, I requested for a keke to be put on stage for me.
Okay.
When I'm done performing, make it come take me. I went there and keke came for me. I don't know nothing about the keke about this.
Okay, yeah. So let's just say you are not aware of those things. Okay, it's understandable. Do you have a management team in Nigeria that handles your stuff?
A management team in Nigeria. I have a team in Nigeria that work for me. In places, different places.
Okay.
Not just here. I have a team in London too.
Kweku Frimpong, have you ever been depressed?
Up to now, I don't know the definition of depression. Because I like questions a lot. If you was my friend, like, you would not trust me. I do ask people, are you depressed? I say, yes, trust me. How do you feel? How does like different? I've been getting different explanations.
You don't know what depression is.
Yeah. But you know, sometimes you do feel bad sometimes. It gets worse and stuff. And
you haven't had down moments?
Oh, you do. I'm a human. Yeah, I do get down moments.
How do you pass through it? How do you go through it?
I make songs about them.
You make songs?
Yeah, so like with this Kendrick's new album, there's this song called Rich Spirits. It said, don't play with me before I turn you to a song, bro. Don't play with me. Anything that happens to me, I'll go make song with you right now.
Sometimes you come on social media and you write certain things that get people thinking. They're like, are you okay? Is Blacko alright? Why do you usually do that?
I don't hear that. Is Blacko alright?
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Of course, me, I think that, and other people also do. Like you post things that get people worried.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, especially on Twitter. I think some time ago you wrote something about being overwhelmed with the fame, and you are just a little child and blah blah. Something.
I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah. I was just walking. And I was just flashing back on my life. And I feel like right now I live in like people's faces. My life is not, I feel like my life is not mine no more. Yeah, so like that's what I've been working on, like trying to find the balance. So like it was just interesting and funny to my mind. I liked it more when like my life was mine. I feel like this is a nice line. Let me just put it on my Insta. I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah.
So you've been robbed of your normal life. You don't go to your favorite watcher joints no more?
I do.
You can't really?
Yeah, trust me, you go see me for the everywhere I won't go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but first if I went, my man them know. But now if I go, thousands of people know say I go buy this thing. Yeah, that was just what I'm talking about.
We spoke about your down moments. Let's also talk about your happiest moments.
Yeah, I do get happy.
I know you get happy, but I'm talking about the happiest.
The happiest?
Yes.
Most of them are after I make songs, some kind of songs. Yeah, because trust me, the only place I'm happy is like when I'm close to like my speakers and my mics, and like just making music is so fun. Because trust me, it's a whole movie. I just pull my phone like this, listen to beats, stuff, and like put myself in the movie, something that has happened in my life.
Aside making music, what other events happened in your life that you can classify as this has been one of my best moments?
Best moments. A dozen.
Okay, give us 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'll give you like 2. Yeah. Okay, so love to Ajizzy. Yeah. So I had to come to Accra. Ajizzy had hit me up, like that was 2019, June, August today. Yeah, Ajizzy writes me. I posted this freestyle, Cry For Me freestyle. Yeah, Ajizzy writes me and say, yo, Pono won't see you. If you come to Accra the next morning. And I was just there when the man them home. in Canada. Like, yo, how you go figure a car? But that time, then my puppy dey Ghana. You understand? And if I went to my puppy go fit give me money, make I take go. But I'm not sure my puppy likes this music thing I'm doing. So I was just there like, how I go fit get money to that? So I just went to my auntie, my Aisha. It's like, mom, saying I was saying, yo, I have to do this. It's like, go to your father. So I went to my daddy. I told him, he liked the idea. He gave me that money. So like that time when I took that money. And I do remember that anytime I receive something like through this music, that's the first thing that comes to mind, like the first money my daddy gave me for the music.
You made mention that your father wasn't into part of your music career from the onset.
Not into part, but my daddy and my mommy really wanted me to go to school because trust me, I was that brilliant. You understand? And my daddy didn't trust the music idea, but he was like, they were like always trying to put it first before the music for me. Yeah.
So at what point did they come to embrace this whole thing?
At time at teaching. At teaching.
When you say teaching, what does that mean?
I left home.
Oh, really?
From Tema. Good days, Legon, me and the London.
With your friends?
Yeah.
That was at what age?
In Chayo, like 2 years ago. I was 18.
And they weren't worried. They were worried, I guess.
Yeah, somehow, but like they used to hear me, so like and they knew I could like Sharif is that wild. Sharif will protect himself. Yeah, but they were checking up and stuff.
Okay, I know this is getting interesting, but let's pause and take a quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you here on Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. We are still here on Talk Entertainment, and I'm chit-chatting with Brakweku. What did I say about?
Sheriff. Black Sheriff. Blacko. Yeah, I like Blacko.
You like Blacko?
Yeah.
Hey, so be afraid of Blacko.
Yeah, I like Blacko.
Hey.
Blacko is fine.
You met Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
What did you guys discuss and how was the vibe?
Oh, I just asked him how did he like it. Cool. How if it was cool, and
how he likes it here in Ghana.
Yeah. And he told me he liked my music.
Oh.
He told me I liked this. That new album
so
is fire.
Even Kendrick listens to your music. Hey, when you need packets to a crowd.
Oh, like, and you know, people they watch we. And like if they come here, they try to like get much of us. You understand? Like when they drop Ghana, they listen Ghana music and stuff. They get put on new music and like that. Yeah, I told them congrats, brother. It's blessed. Like that. I was very sure. Like, yeah.
Oh, so you didn't have the opportunity to do any business, ABR with him?
Oh, it's a party. Hey, it was a party that we shall be at. Everybody. Oh, bro, I'm gone. Yeah. All that.
So the setup for the 3 Music Awards, everybody liked it. I liked it. Everybody liked it. It became a challenge, and everybody was, doing some of it.
Yeah.
And Sadiq came to state that it was meant for Sarkodie. How did you? People were criticizing him that he shouldn't have said some stuff like that. But do you actually think that? How did you feel about it? And has your respect for him decreased in any way?
Oh, brother, I knew that before I got on that stage.
Okay.
Yeah, he told me before I got on the music stage. Yeah, so I knew before you guys knew. Yeah, and like, it's just an information. Oh, then we did try bill for SAG Barry. Just as information, just to know about that stage. I don't think I should make it get to my feelings. I don't think you should have feelings in this thing. It's just an info you should know. He thinks you should know. You understand? Because he thought I could, like, if I knew, nothing could happen. So, like, he told me. And, like, he thinks you guys should know. That's why he said it on the radio. I'm not sure this, yeah.
Which mood were you in when you were recording Quickly the Traveler?
It was just, initially, before I heard the beat, like, it was just a normal mood. But, like, when I heard the beat, Like, man, this beat is sad. And like when I hear like sad stuff, I just try feel in that vibe, like immerse myself into that vibration. You understand? And like write something, like put words together. Cause I'm good at putting words together and like turning like real life stories or like stuff I've heard like to songs, like to make them make sense. That's how it is. I was just chill and writing.
Why are you so much engulfed with sad stuff to the extent that you have to name your fan base or whatever sad boys? Is it that
Sad boys and
you also
sad girls.
believe in the fact that we live in a country where like Charlie Kwafotri and Che? Is it that was that an inspiration for you?
I think that one is like a basic thing or like a reality you should know. I should know. Like for here, you for make it out. Like it's not easy. You understand? Yeah. And like to me, you guys should look out for my album or like my tape or like my EP I go drop, like the tape I'm dropping next. Yeah. I'm not sure if it will be an EP or like an LP or like an album. But I said the tape is coming.
You haven't answered my question.
Yeah.
I said sad vibrations.
Yeah, and because I'm not sure we'll have the time to like discuss the whole stuff.
Just give me a gist.
Yeah. Okay, there's nothing. I felt like there's nothing to smile about in this life, brother. Let's sad up there. Let's sad up in there. If I smile, if I sad, same thing. I was like, man, it's just sad up in bronze. Yeah, because I can't be coming laughing to this one.
Why do you always talk about marijuana in your songs?
Yeah, marijuana.
Is that a motivation? Like,
no, no, it's not a motivation or something. I just love to spice it up. You understand? Yeah, cause I grew up in Konongo Zongo. No be today marijuana they come. I see marijuana as a kiddie. I see people, right, smoking the marijuana for the street dancers. So if I'm talking, like, I've seen it, like, like if I'm writing, flashing back to, like, where I grew up and stuff, those things come to my head, I spice it up, drop it. Yeah, man.
Some people say you are overhyped. What do you have to say about that?
That's their belief. That's not my reality. I don't believe I'm overhyped. That's what someone believes. I can't trash it. I can't trash it.
You lost the Artist of the Year to Kitty.
I didn't lose it.
You didn't lose it?
Yeah, I didn't lose it. Mr. Kitty deserved it. I deserved it. Everybody for that side deserved it. I'm a big fan of Lord Sugar. He knows. Big love to you, Marshalla.
So are you going to be doing something with him soon?
Oh, trust me. We go to drop songs. Yeah, we go to collaborate and drop. Yeah, trust me.
Blacko, what's your kind of woman?
I don't have a kind of woman. Yeah, this question is pointing you.
You didn't see it coming?
Yeah, Blacko is the kind of woman. I don't have a kind of woman.
Well, anything goes?
If you see, you love her, you go love her. Trust me. If you see her, you love her, you go love her.
What does that even mean?
You see, you know the bar pigeon?
I understand, but...
If you see him, you go love him.
Okay.
You go love him.
So...
If you see him, you won't love him. You go like love him, you go love him. If you see him, he be him, you go know.
Please break it down for me.
If you see him, where he be him, you go know.
Okay, so have you seen that that you're talking about?
This question's big.
Hey, Blacko.
Like this question, it's big. It's big for my top. I don't know how to like answer. It's a very big question. Blacko, what's the kind of your type of woman? And I say I don't have a type of woman.
You said when you see him, you go love him or whatever it is.
And what was the question that I said this to you? What was the question?
What's the question?
That made me say if you see him, you be him, you go know.
What's your kind of woman?
Yeah, I say if you see him, you be him, you go know. Like I'm just giving like
so have you met her
yet? I'm giving a free game to demand them. If you see him, you be him, you go know. Make nothing threaten your mind. Make no pressure, no pressure, peer pressure pull you. Say. If you see him, you be him, you be him. It's a free game I'm giving to the man, not my reality or something. It's a free game everyone should know. I think you should know too.
How you go know? Is it the intuition?
Yeah, intuition. You go tell you. Yeah. So I don't know. So if I see you already, or if I don't see that one, I don't know. But it's a free game I'm giving to the man. I don't have a type of woman, but if you see your type of woman.
So you've not met her yet?
I don't know. Okay,
Or your mind no dey
questions.
there?
Plenty questions.
Oh, Black
Plenty questions. Plenty questions.
Make you no do that.
I wouldn't love to talk about that, man.
Hey, or Black you're in love. The way you're behaving.
In love with who? Tell me. Tell me, I'd love to know. Because you guys ask these questions like you...
We want to know,
Yeah.
We just want to know.
I don't have a girlfriend.
You don't have a girlfriend?
I think that's what you want to know.
You are denying, or should we believe?
Denying who? That's what I'm saying. You're asking me this question like you know. So like, let me know if you know my girlfriend. Let me know. Let me see.
Okay, so how do you handle female fans?
I do reply to their DMs. Say hi, like I liked stuff, their stories, and reply to their, like some congratulate me, like yeah, Black or this, and like some send prayers and stuff. Yeah, those varieties of messages, like just reply to them. Thank you, love you, bless you. Thank you, love you, bless you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and they'll tell you. I feel more fun than they could tell you.
Yeah, we hear you if you say so. If you had to date any female celebrity, who will it be?
I don't have a celebrity crush. Yeah.
Ghana internationally.
I have a celebrity crush.
Blacko wants to come clean. Yeah, too why?
Come clean as in...
we are currently on this segment. We are going to be playing some game here. You have to pick, and then you ask whatever question, you answer whatever question that you choose. Sorry for that.
Front or back? Hey, Charlie, what be that? What be front or back? What be front or back?
Front or back? Are you a boobs person or you're an ass person?
We're women, boobs and ass. I they like us.
Okay.
Yeah. How they like us.
So can I have that?
Yeah. I have front or back.
Sorry?
Yeah, I like this.
What is your manager whispering?
What is the naughtiest thing you've ever done?
Blacko.
You man are trying to be naughty. So the naughtiest thing you've ever done. Can you tell me the meaning of flirt? What's flirt?
Okay, so flirt is like you're not an item or the person. Like you're not seeing the person, but you just like it could come as a compliment. It could just come as you guys are just goofing around.
Yeah, I think I've done that like more than twice. Flirt.
That's the naughtiest you've done.
Yeah,
flirt.
More than twice. Yeah, flirt.
Blacko.
Like that. You don't know that dark flirt song.
Hey.
You don't know that dark flirt. You don't know dark flirt. Yeah, take
no wahala,
bro.
Blacko. So your last words to your fans.
Yeah, my last words are always appreciation. So I love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting me and my music. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for telling someone about me. It's only up from here, trust me. And I love you guys so much. The tape is coming, and keep supporting Blacko. I love you. When it's on, then it's on. You can't stop till it's done. Sika dam na me bon. Abranti ya si so. It's a great man. Campaign kwa na me chi. It's a great man. It's a great man. Ti da. You go see me for the roadside. Talking to the most high. Wow.
Remember, you know a traveler.
Yeah, you so.
I
Remember, you know a traveler.
The name is Kweku the Hustler. It's been far away chasing.
True word too. Remember, you know a traveler.
Though?
The name is Kweku. Guala. It's like Gualala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Guala and La.
Okay.
Guala. Guala is dough.
Oh, it's money.
Guala is dough, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm chasing Guala from time.
Okay, so here's where we wrap up on this edition of Talkatainment. I hope you liked every bit of it. We come your way another time. Until then, stay blessed and stay safe. We are out.
wo bo so lo nya san se
Obek Hanukre. Now, Susu Sang Pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on some. People got send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting so the unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 What first transaction? What they send this car coffee no? Dial to Lemon and Finance.
Good morning, Nigeria. My name is Babatunde Adela Kende, and welcome to another edition of MyNigeria Election Desk on MyNigeria TV and GhanaWeb TV. On today's edition, we'll be taking it light. I will be having a conversation with a colleague, a journalist. His name is Francis. He's currently in Osun State, so he'll be giving us the breakdown from Osun with regard to Governor Adeleke's inauguration. He'll be giving us all the updates, as well as we discussing other issues that concerns the APC and the PDP. Let's go for this commercial break. Afterwards, we'll be right back.
Na wo bo so lo nya san se
Obek Hanukre. Now, Susu Sang Pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on some. People got send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting so the unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 What first transaction? What they send this car coffee no? Dial to Lemon and Finance.
Welcome back. Like I said earlier, this is MyNigeria Election Desk, and welcome to another edition. And first off, we'll take a look at Osun. Finally, after the whole tussle and internal wrangling within the political space in Osun, Ademola Adeleke was actually inaugurated. We saw a lot of court cases, a lot of threats from Boyega Oyitola with regard to Adeleke's victory. But finally, the court presumed or gave the case to Adeleke, and he was inaugurated on Sunday as a PDP member, meaning that the PDP have been able to conquer another state in the southwest. Francis, from where you sit, kindly give us the update with regard to what happened. The thread of events that happened to Adeleke, to Ademola's inauguration. Please, yes.
Good morning. As per the recent political happening in Osun State, one will not say it was not expected. It was expected, some weeks prior to the election, the mood or the pulse of state was moving towards the All Progressive Congress, All Progressive Congress, and his candidate Adegboye Egarishola, the incumbent, the former outgoing governor. But some weeks to the poll, there was a change in mood. All of a sudden, people became sympathetic to the People's Democratic Party candidate Ademola Adeleke. We don't know why, but some days election, he requested use of the only stadium in the state for his mega rally, which the state government flatly declined. And he was wise enough to come out publicly to inform the people that this is what the state government did to him, and he cannot hold the mega rally in the stadium. So they have to shift the mega rally of his gubernatorial campaign to the PDP secretariat in the state capital. So that was the magic. And also most of the policies, the programs of the state government, he always came out and said they have done a fact check on them. They even tagged him Mr. Fact Check. That swayed the mind of the electorate. And on election day, it was written all over that the APC could not win the poll. Well, we all know the outcome. Now, as for what has been happening, they've been making noise. The Democrats have been shouting that they are going to do this, they are going to do that, they are going to do this. Notwithstanding, the outgoing government still insisted that they were the government, and they went ahead and did so many things, which the PDP tagged as illegal. And I can tell you that since Sunday, that this government was sworn in, the government of Ademola Adeleke, since that it was sworn in as governor of the state, it has been a thunderbolt, a volcano of activities. All those threats that they say they will carry out, they have literally gone, they've literally implemented all of it. They put on hold the installation of traditional rulers, the three traditional rulers that have been causing the appointment that have been causing problems in the state. They reversed the appointment of all the permanent secretaries that they had gone administration appointed. They put on hold the recruitment of civil servants, which they are led, we have to 12,000. And we are still expecting more of it to come. He had promised the civil servant is going to be civil servant friendly governor. Yesterday, he inaugurated the committee. On Sunday, he said he was going to give us some executive orders, which he read out on Monday. And in accordance, he has appointed the committee, to implement the orders that were included in the executive order. So we are still expecting more to come from this government. Like I always tell some of my colleagues anytime we are arguing and debating, I say, well, what do you expect from the new government? This is the initial gaza. They want to prove that they too they are in power. I said, give it to December or January when government work really start. This is just the way. This is just the way of telling the people that we are in power. We have to do this. We have to create a soft landing for ourselves. He has said it's not going to be business as usual. So he has hit the ground running. He has to show that he is governor, which he has done. Nobody is questioning or querying about that.
Francis,
Yeah.
the dismissals, are they politically motivated? The permanent secretaries?
No. There is no dismissal. According to I'm sorry to cut you short. According to the spokesperson of the governor, he was on radio yesterday, and he has said they've not dismissed anybody. So we want to take him by. We want to take what the spoke. We believe the spokesperson is speaking for the governor. So we want to take the governor by his word that he has not dismissed anybody. They only reversed the appointment of the permanent secretary. They did not dismiss them. Initially, the party came out and said they'll be dismissed on Monday, but they did not dismiss them. They only reversed the appointment. They are going back to directors, coordinating directors. But the truth still remains that many of them are due to be promoted to the office of the position of permanent secretary. He has set up a review committee. They are going to review everything. So I know many of them are due for that position. So you cannot deny workers what is their entitled to. They are still going to review. They are still going to upgrade their position back to PS. But not all of it may not be all of them. They may just try to upgrade them. But surely before his administration will before the 4th year of his administration, I know he's going to promote everybody back, even promote more. As per the recruitment of civil servants, they did not sack anybody according to the spokesperson. They say they are going to reduce because, in truth, the state civil service needs more hands, especially in the education and the health sector. Need more hands. Go to many primary schools in the state, shabby, no workforce. Go to many hospitals, especially the primary health care centers, the ones in the rural areas, even some of them in the main staff. You find one staff, two staff, manning the position that the post that will have to need about 8 or more staff. So they need more hands. They need more
So
hands. So they are just telling it now. They want to review.
yeah. So how does Ademola's victory? I know this is something he's wanted for quite some time. You know, he's been senator before, and the Adeleke family are quite popular in Ede, and the Adeleke family are a very, very strong political family in Osun, and they are also obviously, like we know, under the umbrella family. Now, how does this work for Atiku Abubakar? Now, at least they have two very, very strong states in the southwest. That's Oyo and Osun. Still, Lagos and Ogun are APC. But how does this tweak the formation a little bit for the PDP and their chances in 2023, really?
Well, Osun State is different from Nigeria. Osun State is different from Nigeria. Many factors came into play to aid the victory of Senator Ademola Adeleke in the 2020 July 16 gubernatorial election. You know, first of all, there was this sympathy for his elder brother, the late Isiaka Adeleke, which many believed he was denied the position, and ultimately that led to his death in April 2017. And if I can say, to my own opinion, as to some information I got from time when his elder brother died, many people still believe, especially people from Osun West, you know, there are 3 senatorial zones in Osun State, Osun West, Ede, where Ede is located and where the governor hails from. Many people believe that the state government, their hand cannot be washed away from the death of Isiaka Adeleke. That's by the way. You know, as I was saying, Osun is different from Nigeria. What played out in Osun may not play out in 2023.
But do you
what
see?
played out in Osun may not play out.
Do you see Ademola's victory aiding Atiku in 2023, seeing that now he controls the structures, PDP controls the state, they control the structure as well? How would that play into delivering victory for the PDP in the southwest? Mind you,
I don't foresee that. I don't.
No, Francis, please go on.
Hello.
Please go on.
I don't foresee an Adeleke victory aiding an Atiku victory in the presidential election come 2023. They are different equations at all. They are different scenarios. Osun is different from Nigeria. Despite the fact that Ademola Adeleke won, you know, the gubernatorial election in Osun State. Don't forget, they are still in the tribunal. The outgone government of Adegbo Ighodalo and APC, they are still insisting that there was overvoting in some polling units as regard the July 16 election. That is by the way. But notwithstanding that Adeleke won election in Osun State, I don't see any way that the Osun victory is going to aid an Atiku victory in the presidential election. In that, don't forget that the APC fielded Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this man, the APC presidential candidate, he has a very strong foothold in the Southwest. Also, don't forget that the mood of the nation is swayed towards a Southern presidency, whether it's from the Southwest or the Southeast. So I don't see a Northern candidate, you know, I don't foresee the victory of a Northern candidate in the 2023 election. To me.
I mean, so you're basically you're basically saying that the conversation is between Peter Obi and Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yes. 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 The PDP is a strong party. We will not overrule that. It's a strong political party. We will not overrule that. But I feel the gamble that PDP took, they took the gamble for a war storm. I don't see Atiku. I don't see Atiku.
Okay, my colleague Francis doesn't see. The PDP presidential candidate winning the 2023 elections. We'll go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll discuss Bola Ahmed. His interesting promise to the Igbo leaders. He has actually promised that he's going to discuss the issue of the indigenous people of Biafra. He will discuss the agitations and see what he can do. See what he can do about it if he's eventually elected president of Nigeria. We'll discuss this more. Francis is still on Zoom. We'll discuss more after this break.
Now, to sound quite be a want to be a man in quite be
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I could concern. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What they send this car coffee no? Dial to Lemon and Finance.
Hi guys, so welcome from the commercial break. Like I said earlier, we'll begin now the conversation on the APC, the presidential candidate of the party, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is also a former governor of Lagos State, has promised to discuss the issue of secession. That's the indigenous people of Biafra. Yeah, he actually said he was going to discuss the agitations in the southeast. And that's actually a very, very big promise. He made this particular comment when he went to Imo to break ground for his campaign. Francis, so this conversation is one that Nigerians believe is very, very sensitive. I mean, the issue of IPOB and where exactly we stand with regard to that. But what is your take on Tinubu promising, which is a very, very big promise? Is it just a political statement to get the Southeast to support his candidacy, or he indeed wants to unite Nigeria, which has obviously been in several pieces for the past years?
To me, I will not take Tinubu for. I will not take the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State. I will not take him. I will not take him on it. I will not take him. Because for me, I see this as a political thing. You can't just come, see whatever they want to say. When they get to power, we'll just forget about it and play along the line, business as usual. In 2014, when he was in the opposition, they promised to restructure Nigeria. When they got in power, for the past 7.5 years they've been in power. Anytime you bring up the issue of restructuring, people keep on telling you stories. Even when NSAS protest erupted 2 years, 2.5 years, 2 years, 2 months ago, based on this, one of the same issues they brought up was the same excuse to again. You see, the issue of IPOB goes back to restructuring. If you look at the genesis of the whole thing, what are they fighting for? What are they agitating for? What is the indigenous people of Biafra? What are they agitating for? They're agitating for a Biafran homeland, restructuring. All this thing boils down to restructuring. Now, we're not talking about restructuring again here. He's talking about to assuage IPOB. They cannot assuage IPOB if the issue of restructuring is still under the carpet. We just have to face things squarely. You know, before I was born, I learned from the little history that I was taught in school before the government started and tried to bring it on board again. That there was this constitution called, this 1963 constitution. I don't know what it was called, the Republican Constitution of School, 1963. Everything was covered in it. We just have to give the region back. We just have to decentralize power. What we have is federalism on paper, not federalism in practice. We should visit the issue of federalism in practice. Let every state have the right to control itself, but still subject to the federal government. Let the federal government be the last stop. That is when the issue of agitation will be brought down to the lowest minimum. If they are still going to continue this way, even when if Tinubu becomes the president of Nigeria, agitation will still continue, and we won't be surprised that the agitation will start from the start. I don't see him come and persuade you. How can you persuade or convince IPOB otherwise when the restructuring is still being under the carpet?
But Francis, many will also say, many will also say that, in as much as he didn't state categorically that he was going to restructure, he sitting down with the aggrieved parties in Southeast. Obviously, if they propose restructuring to him when they sit, that's after maybe he eventually wins. Restructuring could again be on the table, in as much as he hasn't said it outrightly. Because if he says it outrightly, we all know how that might change the whole scope of the elections again. So probably he's keeping his card close to his chest and not disclosing exactly what he wants to do. What do you say about that school of thought?
The thing about Nigerian politicians, they are never honest with the vote. They see the electorate as after 4 years, go and immediately sell this idea to them. The electorate will not buy it. All they want is pay money. Let me, at least this is political. Let me make some bucks. Let me make some money. Whoever gets it is not my business. They should come out straight. We are restructuring. The Nigerians have been clamoring for restructuring. The Southwest is clamoring for restructuring. The South is clamoring for restructuring. So also other geopolitical zones. Restructuring does not mean that Nigeria is going to split up. No. It does not mean Nigeria is going to split up. It's restructuring, decentralization, the evolution of power. It's all the same. It all means the same thing. To me, to them also, it means the same thing. But the problem with this country is that one particular region has been dominating Nigerian politics since independence. And this region is afraid of letting go of that power. And the issue of trust, trust is lacking among the regions, and also trust is lacking among these politicians. They just come out and say it as it is. When we get to power, they came on board in 2014, 2015 via restructuring. When they got there, they all denied it. I remember I was interviewing the APC chairman of Osun State last year, and I brought up the issue. This time, when your party was fighting to come to power, you sold the idea of restructuring to Nigeria, and he asked me, when did we say so? So I will not ask for that question. You see, I still want everybody to know that you cannot tackle the issue of IPOB without dealing with restructuring.
Okay, Francis, are we?
What are they demanding for? Restructuring.
Oh, okay, Francis. So away from that, during the same trip, Tinubu promised that he was going to make the Southeast an industrial hub. You know, that's something that has been lacking, and we know how our Igbos want to do their business. Well, he has basically promised to create factories. Basically make the. He said, "I envision the Owerri, Port Harcourt, and Aba Port Harcourt corridors becoming more active and lucrative trade and manufacturing corridors than they already are, basically." So he wants to promote trade along those corridors. Obviously, that should buy him some vote in the southeast, and that could dip into the vote pockets of Peter Obi. Is that not the case?
Well, promising people from the southeast that he is going to create, like what you said, that he's going to visit the aspect of it. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Already, if you go to that particular region of the southeast that you mentioned, it's already an industrial hub. Government intervention or not, it's already been an industrial hub. So if he has promises the people that when he gets to power, he's going to expand whatever infrastructure, and I'm sure Peter will be too. He is not resting on his as Tinubu is promising things to Peter will be doing. Also promising. But there's one thing I know from the ground. The southeast has always been area is strong zone for southeast. And before you reach GDP, even if you look at the political calculation, the only state in the southeast that has another party outside the PDP is Abga.
Yes.
I mean, they voted in Abga through the ballot. All other states, the governors or whoever become from the PDP party. It's only in Anambra State that we have Abga. Who says Tinubu is going to win the election? I don't see Tinubu winning. Even with APC governor, I don't see Tinubu winning.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, my colleague believes Tinubu can win the Southeast. What do you also think? It's been another edition of MyNigeria Election Desk on MyNigeria TV and Ghana TV as well. My name has been Babatunde, or my name is, I should say, Babatunde Adelakende, and I've been doing this with Francis, who is a colleague journalist from Daily Post and is currently in Osun State. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Welcome to another edition of the People and Places show on your favorite channel, GhanaWeb TV. You will not believe where we are today. It's the first and the only waterfall in the entire Greater Accra region, and it also demarcates the Greater Accra region from the eastern region. It's a beautiful story about the Chenku waterfalls. I'm happy to tell you that we have a guest who will be our tour guide today. He will take us around the entire place and tell us the story behind it. And I'm happy, as always, that you could join us to do this. My name is Wandami Hagan. Welcome to the show. Let's take a quick breather.